Thursday, the 3rd of April 2025. We're live once again on our Quentufor Radio, Abrabapa Radio, as well as our Quentufor Radio GH with another edition of Bamaso. Streaming live on our social handles at Quentufor Radio on either YouTube, Facebook, or X. This is where discerning Ghanaians with discerning thoughts, we come just with one very simple objective. It is to figure out what we need to do in our individual corners, individual capacities, individual capabilities, individual strengths, so as to contribute immensely to the development of our dear nation, Ghana. Here, it's all about what we can do, because we know very well that we are the very Ghana we talk about every now and then. We are inseparably linked with that Ghana that we are looking forward to. So wherever that you are, whatever smaller group within Ghana that you belong to, it is just entirely up to you as to how you navigate yourself so as to contribute immensely to that very beautiful Ghana. That is all that matters. And if at any particular point in time, when we discover what we need to do in order to also be impactful in the creation of Ghana, we figure out how we'll be able to also activate that same principle, that same energy, that same strength, that same abilities in our fellow Ghanaians. It is on the ground that when another fellow Ghanaian is able to discover their role in making Ghana a very beautiful place, all of us enjoy. Of course. When another Ghanaian discovers their role in making Ghana a beautiful place, every single Ghanaian enjoys. So when you discover yours, don't end it there. Help others to also discover theirs. That is what brings us here, and that is what this platform of education, this platform of awakening, this platform of I would say, as our slogan goes, is all about. It is all about awakening the virtues of we being Ghanaians in us, so that with that we can also contribute to the betterment of our dear nation, Ghana. When you look at it very well, when the virtues of a Ghanaian, when we are smart enough and then we make the virtues, the principles, the actions and inactions of we being Ghanaians aligned to nature's principles, the laws that run life, the laws that run this wonderful, amazing thing that we choose to call the universe. When we make our virtues, our principles align with these principles that run the ultimate source of our existence, then Ghana is in a very beautiful place. Ghana is certainly in a very beautiful place. The very moment we drift away from the very principles that run what we are a part of, we suffer pain. And we will continue to suffer more pain and more pain and more pain until we come to the realization that we are part of a bigger body we call life. And we need to discover the principles that run this bigger body that we choose to call life. And when we begin to align ourselves with the principles that run this body we choose to call life, we are going to be in a happy place. Until then, we will be entertaining pain and pain and pain until we come to that realization. So when we come here, it's a tough call that demands that you stepping on the platform, you come with a very simple objective of, first of all, working on yourself. Yes, you work on yourself. At least, as they say, you cannot pour out of an empty cup. So make sure your cup is full. If not full, let something be in that cup. Don't wait till it becomes full before you'll be able to pour something out of it to another. Even halfway, you can start pouring, you can start sharing. So when we come and we start working on ourselves, making sure we begin to manifest what is already within us. The truth is, manifestation is not I would say becoming. Manifestation, it's more of unfolding. Unfolding in a sense that when you observe nature, the seed does not become a tree, it unfolds into a tree. That's all. So within the seed is that gigantic tree. It's coded within it, so it simply unfolds itself as a tree. So within us are coded the virtues of life. It's coded the abilities of life. So we are only unfolding that which is within us to support the building of our dear nation, Ghana. That is what we are doing here. So when we come here, how we'll be able to, position ourselves, maneuver our ways so as to unfold the beauty that is already within us. It's what brings us here. It's just our basic core around here. We need to be able to bring the beauty in every cell, tissue, and organ of our being so as to make Ghana a very, very, very beautiful place. Are you ready for that? Yes. So when we are able to work on ourselves to that effect, we don't end it there. It's also paramount that we assist each and every one of us to also discover their role. It's very, very, very important. Very, very important. Of course, there will always be the very ones along the way who would need support. There will always be the people who need support. I mean, that is the beauty of life. Sometimes you ask yourself, why is it so? It is so because it is so. So when you are going up, when you are becoming more aware of yourself, when you are becoming more conscious of who and what you are, and others are yet to discover, do not be frustrated. No. Just do what you got to do. Be the light that brings people to the awareness of what they are. Many a time, we become so frustrated. We can't just relax. We can't just feel the moment. We can't just pause. The moment we become frustrated, we can't think right. We can't support others. No. I tell you, you with frustration, you begin to throw your hands in despair. But this is the truth. As Jesus once said, the poor will always be with us. The poor means a lot. The ignorant is the poor. So many things come under the category of poverty. People who have not discovered what they need to unfold. People who have not discovered their part and how to effectively play their part in the equation of Ghana, in the equation of life. They are all poor. They will always be with us. Now, when we come to discover such individuals, there is need not for us to be frustrated. They will be there. what we need to come to the awareness is such individuals are the reasons why we have that capabilities that we have also now discovered. Remember, fully is the reason for wisdom. So when you discover the fully, let your wisdom come to its action. Let your wisdom come to its fruition, and support such individuals to also come to the awareness of what and who they are. There is no need for you throwing your weight around, condemning, and doing all sort of things. Hey, you've discovered the darkness. Let your light shine within that darkness. And when your light is shining within that darkness, there will be no place for that darkness anymore. That darkness will run away. So when we come here, it is a very big call. It's a huge, gigantic call. First on ourselves, and secondly, also to support others. When you come and you discover the darkness in the life of others, in the darkness in the light in the life of our leaders, the darkness in the life of your colleagues, among other things, your duty is to let your light come to shine in that darkness, for them to also come to the truth. As simple as that. So to this effect, I would humbly welcome you once again to Bamasu, the place where discerning Ghanaians with discerning thoughts we meet just to deliberate on all possibilities with which we will be the co-creators and a catalyst in the making of a very beautiful, amazing, fantabulous Ghana. And Jack is here, so I'm gonna do more people and come out. Maybe I will be a some pensions you were feeding that A24 radio, Abrabapa radio, and A24 radio GH. So Facebook and our YouTube and I say Xa at A24 radio. Yabaha. Yanto abonyina ne say yeba abahwehwe. Dear was here to me yo. Say Ghana for na wo my Ghana e fa ne ntoma pefra. No kwaseme wom ene say Ghana said ye tie bia no said ye tie bia no ye ka eye ekuo kese pa ye frɛ no eye life ho. You see onyansani, okay, I'll put it me kind of brofo kakransa. You see the conscious, the wisest, the intelligent drop of water in the ocean is that drop that knows its source as the ocean and then aligns itself with a principle that runs the ocean. And from aligning itself with the principle that runs the ocean, although it may not be the ocean, it begins to adopt the principles of the ocean and works with those principles. And just as the ocean is successful in what it does, that drop also becomes successful. See Ghana, now you're part of that big body that we choose to call life or nature. No, we need to discover the principles that make this universe run beautifully. You see, the modalities, the energies, the purposefulness that makes this universe run beautifully. In fact, it's just amazing when we begin to think of Niyama and making life so possible and so beautiful. You see, that energy within the sun and at the sun, okay, it me hold the planets in orbit, no cry in itself, no just amazing. So the intelligence it makes us able to have day and night and the seasons. As it stands now, we are entering, or we are already entered into a new season here in the United Kingdom. That intelligence is just amazing. It's just amazing. Now, just think of that beauty, just the beauty within the natural filtration system. It's able to filter salty and murky waters. It rises up the skies and then it falls as rainwater on our crops. Oh, that mechanism is so beautiful. Just imagine a seed, a simple seed, growing to become a very gigantic, mighty tree that has a shade. And with that tree, it is just nourishing and comforting life. Just imagine. You see, I'm just giving you some very brief example of how magical and amazing the thing that we choose to call life is, and that is that source that we have come from. And if we want to build a very beautiful Ghana, if we want to build an amazing place, what we just simply need to do, just as that wise and intelligent drop of water in the ocean, is to go back to our source, discover and embody the principles that run our source. And when we embody these principles in our own corners, I bet you, we are creating a very beautiful corner. We cannot create a beautiful corner with any sort of principles that is far away from the principles that is running the wholeness of life. It is never possible. Never possible. And see, if we want to be able to, when we want to create a very beautiful Ghana, we need to first of all understand what we have come from. And when we understand what we have come from, we also come to understand the principles are running what we have come from. With those principles, we can create a beautiful corner. Inti yaba hard ye ever hear here kwan nyina no ni nyina no na no kwaseme woman say the more we just choose principles that are not in alignment with the principles that run what we have come from, no, hey, or yaw amanihunu pain yen kind sa ana ye entertaining, and no, and it becomes our life. Now you be entertaining those pains now until it teaches us to come to the realization. No. Enti how near manihunu bia ye na mu bia sisia no. It is because we are drifting away from the laws, the principles that are governing the wholeness of life. Asem ni nyina no. Asem ni nyina no. Asem ni nyina no. Enti ha no adwuma kase. Na me say yenya ba ha sei na kakra yehu no yama ne nso ho a yesi esimano ne sesiwano a sade samsafo ma eti ase no ene friend oniado. Now we can take it a step further. Say me whom you role to play, and I am effectively playing my role. Now also discover role. Now also boni ya and my game near there. You see, look at it this way. I don't know how it is now, but I'm say still there were times at Barcelona. Barcelona was just joyful to watch. They were so joyful to watch. Now, hey, one bit me up pass. In fact, now I'm say Arsenal, so they were also getting to that stage. Barcelona 40 me ball pass here and there. We pass now, we are passing my way. Now, just say, pass best 3,000. Nasro, Nasha good name, Nasha net name, come on. Oh, here no one ya jikeke. Aye, FKK. Right. And see, Obiat me bonus part. We born a part. Near Bama keeper, na keeper Bama defender, no, the defender, na Bama midfielder, no, na midfielder, na sa Bama defense, no. Just say, the orchestra, no. So winning now, FKK. And see, send me who dear was a mayor. Now, who you have been soon who dear was warrior, no. Kakra, na ye queen. Near queen. And he said, "I could do some pens one. Wow, Timon, so yes. When Yaba, who so one who dear was all ya, and you can say so. make us say dwumadie ni twagu ewo Facebook, twagu wo YouTube, twagu wo X. Have you shared it? Aye. Men can send the yeah men share. They share. Send it's good to share. But are you conscious of what you are sharing? Now, whatever that you share, no, on your social handles, on your WhatsApp, among other things, no, are you sharing consciously? Are you sharing knowing very well what you are seeking to evoke of the people that you are sharing to? Do you know who sir? Enti say uhu bibi na evoke something out of you ah. Oh. Send na wasenka we be see o woso e de ekomo obi meboa. Aye. Sa pepe netie. Enti have you shared what you are hearing? Is it something that is awakening something within you? Is it bringing you to the awareness of the goodness that you are coded with? Why not share so that others will also come to the realization of this? As simple as that. You are also playing your role in educating all of life. Assembly na enono. Enti ye ho adwuma and then yaboa ama afoforo nso aye won ho adwuma. Assembly na enono. And then Reflective Thursday. First of all, a big apologies for not being around yesterday and then on Tuesday as well. Even today, I may be able to do the introduction and then along the way, no, me kakra. Oh, entire Reflective Thursday. Now, of all the things that I've already shared, you know, I think one thing that stands out within my soul, say you observe the Milky Way galaxy, you see the forest of discovered and undiscovered plant medicine, the ocean, the ocean itself, the water bodies. When we observe how things are purposefully designed by our source, how nature is beautifully orchestrating itself into success, how life is formed to bring the very best out of itself in harmony for the betterment of itself. No, we can only adopt those principles in our small corners if we also want to ensure the betterment, the beauty in whatever corner that we belong to. Now the truth is, how many have been able to discover the very principles that are governing what we choose to call life, what we choose to call nature, or even what we choose to call God? How many of us have been able to discover those principles? You see, this is one beauty that we all have to come to the awareness of. You see, okay, if we run ourselves thinking, say, yeniati, say, our source are ebrekeke any ebre. For whatever principle that we embody, if that principle is not in alignment with the principle of life, now look at it this way. When light meets darkness, it does not become a dark experience. It expresses its light experience. Assembly no. Now, what the issue of the sun meeting the clouds, example, it doesn't, when the sun is to meet the clouds, it doesn't have a cloudy experience. It expresses its beauty as the sun, as it passes through the clouds and bursts into a spectrum of colors. Oh, this nature, the principle that is running this life is beautiful. It's amazing. And see that very moment, Ashiwabufu, that very moment that is getting you. Hey, I said, what you need boom no? Maybe to was it. It is calling off the expression of your wisdom, the expression of your patience, so as to bring more beauty. Not to bring madness. That is not nature. Eti say yantimi ehunu sa na we will have our own laws, our own principles. Any brand ye bebre. Eti reflective Thursday no. When we are talking one very simple fundamental truth every now and then. I was say very present in everything that we do. And yet the principles that run this thing we choose to call life. We cannot be successful when our principles are not in alignment with what is running the wholeness of what we are a part of. Other obanyansa fo bunu be yankana sem there be yankana sem opa fa we opa memfa the hard womb and say it is nature's truth, and one of nature's truth and say once again we are inseparably linked with one another, and because we are inseparably linked with one another no say one fa directly or indirectly no it affects me too, right? Inti no eba ne sa de wo se ba nyina ne say minti na say knowing very well say the ignorance of another person can be the source or the reason for me also perishing. And you can say I need to also figure out a way to awaken what is within you to make our life better. I don't know how you know. Inti den say ubetima ka say opa fa open so amemfa. We need to figure out how we'll be able to evoke more creativity, more intelligence within us to awaken others to their role in the equation. Say idea there is that truth say we can be self-sufficient in our individual corners. I bet you, and some people will just leave things to be. But there is nothing. It's an illusion to think there is what we call self-sufficiency. It's an illusion. It's not a nature's principle. Life is interdependent on itself. That is nature's principle. So in nature's principle, we have to discover our individual roles and play it in symphony. Oh, so you know you role near bar. Akoya say brass band no. The will say be come. And see on reflective Thursday no. Ya kasa ye nsusu ni bibia no. Yen possible. Na yen hunu say if you want to become successful as a part of the whole, we can only do so by adopting the principles, the laws, the guidance, the rules, the modalities, the modus operandi that is running that beauty, the joy that we choose to call life. Salty any said nothing and another Rebediako, Dr. Ebenezer Amufa Boatin, an anketia of blessed memory. May send the Papa Yuntu and ye Bundinsan, the Papa Yunti. And we are no more United States. When was a bombardier, I better join. Sam Safo, how you doing, me? Hey, Patron, Dr. Jingo, out of war, France, Monarch, my one and only wonderful Wafa Kwame. Wafa Kwame wa bomodin, right? Whichever way. And I hope say every now and then kakra bia na osua bibi ewum so na they can already the onim no ho kakra right bibi abe fine yenchia be ma bene wa amazing soul be ma bene wa amazing soul na you see Nancy ya me techire honom na me tietie be ma bene wa ametie kwamna enso mse miti ofa body nso ya mitie na kama right na ya na me pese me hwa na mitimi establish the principle la say o say the life emfato ho no right. The sun does not okay, let's put it this way. The earth does not choose to spin on its axis at 1,000 miles per hour to give us day and night this very moment, and then another time it decides to say, baby, I am going to spin at 800 miles per hour. No, the principle is, or the law is, it is spinning on its axis at 1,000 miles per hour. It doesn't change. That principle does not change. Right? Now, for us to have the seasons, it is constantly, without change, without alter, going around the sun at 67,000 miles per hour. And as it is going around the sun, it is spinning as well. Oh, life is beautiful. That intelligence within it, and is so marvelous. And now me person me establish it, the principles, the unchanging, unwavering principles, in the conversations of Mema Benewa some time ago, and the principles, unwavering principles, that is underneath Kabna conversations today. Life is beautiful. Me say we can never succeed if we choose to run ourselves with any principle other than the principles that run the successful nature. It's never possible. It's never going to be possible. So if we are unsuccessful, it's because we have chosen principles, we have chosen laws to run ourselves that are not in alignment with the laws that run this very beautiful, successful, purposeful nature. Assembly no. Enti mitietie, mitie bia fine. To be very principled as life, and better sao to be disciplined. And one of the reasons why am I into me maintaining that principle, that truthfulness to ourselves, is because we become emotionally attached to a part instead of we being attached and we being one with the whole. The moment we feel some attachment to a part and not the whole, now if your principles on there than intimate can say intimate unwavering. Sana de na kwakoye. Inti ene we say something else, and then tomorrow we are saying something else. Is that how life is being run? One kind of say, right? Encha Finland for Bibi. Apostle Bibi. Apostle Bibi. Apostle Bibi. Yes. Now, and we are not working in fact, producers are bad, they are career fancier. They inquire Homanoso. Inquire Homanoso. I was a Bombardier better joint. Me a very certain so about it. 1 year won't come up. Yema Bombardier. Na what way come on. Bombardier, what him and can or you to win. Bamaso.
adwen kɛseɛ
na sɛ bɔkɔ deɛ
na bɔkɔ
good abusuafoɔ so ho yɛ wɔ Ghana
obiara ho yɛ
excellent
sɛ sɛ 11 ne ho nti no sɛ deɛ
mhm
agya kakra a ɔmbɛsɛ yɛde bɛsɛ ne akɔma
Mm.
yɛn nuanom wɔ nkurase ne baabiara ne kurom koraa no sɛ deɛ ɔmo bɔgye so sɛ transaction no at least 11 no ɛfiri wɔ saa percentage no ɛba bɛka ɔmo disposable income no ho na obiara nso anya ne deɛ na ɔyɛ nti no ɔmo nso yɛ na sɛ yɛn nso yɛ Nyankopɔn nso yɛ adom yɛn nso yɛte ase deɛ ɔmo nso dan yɛ nti wɔdu sɛ yɛ abɔkyefoɔ contribution yɛkɔdu to Ghana no 6% of Ghana GDP of $80 billion no nti de bia meka sɛ yɛnya time na yɛtumi hwɛ the role of Ghanaian diaspora na Ghana for mo abɔkyire no because to de bia na enwan bi wɔ Ghana ɔmo hu yɛmfa so deɛ yɛwɔ nti ɛba to de bia na yɛkeka nsɛm kyerɛ nso Finance Minister of Ghana na say yesika na mba remittances no every year be average yes any about $4 billion. $4 billion into multiply by 15 crown no. What you say about 60 or so million cities ye de ko Ghana 60 billion cities in de ko Ghana. Nti enye sika ketwa. Yes ka because sa sika no eno na edigina ensuo mu ewie mu summer time, winter time, na ejinemu na enkofo kra wodo mu kra nso agya no mu na mu se de Thomas report no nyu se akwanta mu se me kan duni nti odipa kra yesa na se yetimi ehwe ne yehu omu so fa so de na wona adwi se bia abochire forte abochire ka mu nyehwe no Ghana fo na nya mu asem ti ye de ba ma me yenke bi no na yemehu de ewo mu enti ose etimi hwe saa adwumadie no because Ghana for bebre aka kontu menye se bia omun se kotoka ekwan ni ana se omun bebi on fa ba ya na omukro bebi omote no enye se bia airport no airport wo pa enso bo watna buche be 20-30 years ni nan kwesi Ghana nenso we be wo ne de dia to no no hwe ne wo fasefo we yi no no se ne mba ne obia ndamfo do onum omunum nyina sika ode kwa nka sika ko betim da twa ticket nti ose yetimi appreciate the Ghanaian diaspora say also omo bonding pa cause 4 billion every year yene apart from Nigeria yene etoso mienu but also Nigeria population size na about 200 million yeah about 30 million na ye da number 2 the whole of Africa there now say ye da Ghanaian diaspora say omo ya de papa na saya sika credit bo Ghana kra last year kra hu sem by Southern Bank of Ghana under the previous administration no kase bia sika ye de ba no be 20 World Bank wants say be 40 na say disparity abemu after now ye hu ano ye twe ho ama private sector bi kra de Ghana Bank of Ghana ka court nti I hope say aban obe no new governor but with my film na yet me who difference na woman because say Bank of Ghana say sika the Ghana 20 na World Bank no track sika nyina say 40 there there's no way say meje Bank of Ghana the energy de biara because World Bank the tracking nyina say KBA fa Western Union Vigo MoneyGram ne whatever ye bia wo ewiase nyina no World Bank no tracking nyina nti World Bank de na me mefa an de mefa omulos na mempede na emum eba data wise ndia omagada ni na social disparity na super papa eso enti sa no mase na ka wo hwese ye MPs wono ka be ko na omaka ho
em say bombardie bibi atiesi na homa no so watofom Bombarded at all. Over where you are. Bombarded Asabo. Okay, all right. Yama Bombarded to us. Bombarded to us, so why? To us.
Unfortunately, I send me call baby. Yeah.
Oh, okay. All right then. Now, the cobra. Now, on some now, oh, the chassis and na. I had a few questions to ask. You see, I remember a very beautiful analogy some time ago YK shared with us. Say when you step into your house and then you realize you say why flooded what you will do. Are you going to start mobbing or you find out where the leakage is coming from and then you lock the leakage and then you work henceforth. It was a very beautiful analogy. Now, Pempi, you know, we work on the symptoms of the problem rather than tackling the source of the problem. And since you need the kind of when you are only dealing with the symptoms of the problem, now what then happens is that you try to mop, or you try to just take the waters away, now more eguswa eba when say o sane biba, and that is why your problems na of a body what I would begin to ask him, and then I'm at say so officially I'm one for your message say yes E11 no okay yati na enye bia no levia ye twem no what was it more to do with the 11 and what we are paying, and I say what we feel the monies that we are paying is being used for, which is which. Is it more to do with what we felt to say the monies were being used for, and I say it is to do with what we are just paying. Think of it, right? And when you force it tax there, and when you force it tax there, will be a person will be to you. I say if you know, but I'm very certain there is something within us. When we know, say, the outcome of something when you know, it's just going to be amazing. DTBiano, yeah, battery, right? And is it to do with the E-levy that we were paying, or it is more to do with what we felt or what we thought those monies were being used for? Because look, when the E-levy was passed, what it is at the back of the minds of many people. E-levy kick say we lost it right at the start. Oh, well, the question is it to do with just the pain of the E-levy, or what we felt or what we thought those monies were being used for? Of habit, you to Hunyanko Bamasu. Of a body or
Papa.
Bamasu of a body.
I will catch your papa.
Na boko de.
Me adum ye kukrum kakra.
Nice one. I was here kukrum. Oh. But whichever way no. The TBA no ye kukrum kwa. So nim sir.
Yes sir.
Yeah, ye kukrum kwa, right? And whichever way you want to look at it, Ebekwa kudurum pempen so bia you be him. So you be him.
Of course. Senior akamfo ngoma no itresia no yimu mfa no sɛ ne bodu a nantwie ne dua nka ne to no bodu a so nka konfo
I love that. 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 Yo, over wedding. Any young queen anyway. Yaba edi any yaba. Right?
I can't hear bounce on a cancer.
You say, yeah, by ye. We were see. Ya born to a baby. Over tell Kakradie. When I started now, but I said a few things, Bombardier. And so Abba Kebia fine. We answer my busa questions be behind the scene. And then reflecting.
11 tax no. Na papa.
Yes, who didn't eat
tax no. Me see na me stressa. Na me ti sports. Omo ye sports awia me ye madwuma na me da me nchen. Me phone ba accommodate sports. Na akwa ba akofre osi, "Hey, mama, Mr. Bon, also frɛ no se kanka board Mr. wa family take ko ma mama. No se dia letter. Osi 11 no yesra da ben na obet ko akɔ mana bɛyɛ mra. Taxes no because Christmas ni mo osi ye to aba wie na odi lotto ni bi. Ba se obekɔ yimi ate ne tax no. Kom de ne kura na ne sika nda ho. Say betting tax no so say si wudi a wunyi ya yentew tax no. Ba we ba en yetew. Enti no se ne obekwa withdraw ne de ne. Combating tisi an osra say onya ka amfa nko parliamentarians mfa ma ya o ma na abobo ya no mfa nko parliament nko je no mesan ma no. Enti concerning tax yam sama for your word papa
hon ya asem no so ho enti no ya na mpese nya sa anti ase is it to do with say ye tua na say what we feel say the ye tua no what dey yo which is which
ni mi enu nyina aka ho papa on say ade ne say ye nyina ba bia ye part of word yet Udi Lotto near Yirma, I'm say from 10,000 code. Spend it from 10,000 code, more better tax 21%. That's VAT. No? But at the end of the day, no, when I'm quite so I won't say, Usika na a J, no, fine a dema, no, back tax, no, ye the aye, a light here, it does so come up. So, Papa, Mama, Bejo ananka bi tebi omuka Ghana de no ho ne photos na min hu difference ni ye because Spain no de unhu sa na o mani bi photos ni obate ha de photos wa ha Bejo de photos wa ha pa Ghana China Ghana de ne ma ho na ha de ne photos edu okru mpa omo etitale mu de entimi enyima onya accident but at least was so my home say kakra bi wo for mode asos no ba bi o de aboa ye na otimu se yi wo mu kakra but papa means samasem no itua no nipa no onya adwuma tax ni bi no onya adwuma eti kakra bi a papa Somale o ha na wasende ama no na o de kwa kodidi aba ni se tax ebia mekan ya kodo bade bia na okoye ka ya yobia ne nsaka na ya aban se tax se papa what you know ase at the end of the day we nyina so se ne na ye papa mo ka se ya twi ehunu mu na at least ye de apesa school fees nti uko no ya so ye o papa yanka bia nchero da ana o de na ska ofie
ye kan bi kire me
good. Eti se ye the man now the ye kokoro madam ase. Na che se wa ha ayi o papa no. Me papa adamfo bi na o se koku uko school no ko na me tu sere de dama. enti metu sraaje damadama kakra na mede ama wo no okọ no enkonkoye enkrofo no afekuo ni bi eti Ghana ni ba se nem di kankan yi Ghana ni ba obi asende niska na yate so yate tax Ghana ni ba bi at least wakọ wene ni lotto oni hwe kura da bi kura make kura bo posia na de atwa o wene ya what tax no at the end of the day o kwa so tax no so ade akọ tax obi so hu ba bi ade no
na bi o che so de o kan na se ubu be no o de akọ tax obi chichirimu ye kan ye no yenti ase enko ya kasem
se e brofo no menya se ne mesi akase
o de akọ tax obi se
akoya o ye asori a na obi genesi o se odi oje to ana de akutua to odi akututo ti sana de na akoye
oh okay
instead of say ye no ye to na ya je no saa ni na ne mo nyina hwehwe no mo yuru mu a o no de upon hardship ni nyina no o de ama se fako na fako to school fees nti na o ma meko tonton ntoma eko bade no but uduru ho na club bi ho o de akuduru ho ewe club bi school na chesa addition no kura no unsua upon se wase ska ni nyina no unsensua enti no ma wanka se nipadua so kura sanse enti wa ma papa no aboka 2 times no na Ghana fo na ehwa na omohwe nyi ina papa se mo kan yin so se ukoye na oba fi ade na ede bayo o de wanka saka
hey ene say o ade o be face consequences
sada tie the consequences ni bi ni se ebi kura wan hwe o next school fees no kura ye ma wo onye anya san so obebo nkotudwe ni papa oni opesa o ma o school no be mo bu nkotudwe ache ebi go ha dem abo be so awo ebi wa ye be hwewo ebi wa be ko afumu atuaka enti no obu on so kura be ka se what do school fees ni de na won ko biem kura enti Ghana for de no the entire frustration no raise akọ higher ama sa ede nipa no be brebo se na so ne se wo onkola mi no papa ba akono wa hwe na chese bibia ni a ebi kura scholarship ba no atobi no de na ba UK se papa wo ya de ente no na wa be sika no watua dollars sa wa hye ni nyina enti ebi o second born no oba ye na se first born o second born was sponsor ne sa o first born no ba okoshe kurasi ado oba ye no a opek akra bi de ma no so ba ko na disappoint me de menye wo sa papa ono ba ye na chese wakotwa ebi abe 60 and 50 wani ba jana wani nye men kase wo twa distinction no ba de untwa be 60 na pass mass papa say wani baje wani anye kura ma me na ne ba no because ne ba se ne monyam enti me hu ne say saa no ma no na ama Ghana for boys Ghana for papa no omo ni bie omo ni age
enti na je say metiwasi ya ohun ode awofo ehwe emofra no eye mfato ho mzem say I remember when I was young, you know, I could see some challenges here and there as to how I was being put through to education, right? JSS time among other things. I mean, me ko JSS, JSS BEC, me ko paper bi aba, me ba ya na me woluma. Says I'm no or provision stock kakrebio ana mabrewa etiano me ba ya ne am matnase ne yi fanta ba kwama me ne am me biscuit aka ho so ho ana ma bo me ko ye ade achi na me ko ye exam na ko ye next paper na I feel joyful. Meaning say me kwa jire me ho aba. Na me ba me say nya another motor na say Fanta. Me ba ya na dia mame. Now after that me call SSS and then to the university. Na say results no ba na akra any abrewa ehu results na fi omo do ekura fi say they struggled to pay the school fees. And he said, "You would say, you know, I think it fall in a similar vein. A idea, ye tax, no, and then our senses were able to perceive the benefit that comes out of the taxes that we are paying. And can't you say, it is more of what our perception is when it comes to what the taxes are being used for. And kasa.
Papa, you know, perception be now there about it.
It's a perception, it say, we perceive at all times. It even
way perceive.
Oh, have you? Na say perceive ne on say to what say nyantiase. We got you. Say any whichever way no. We what they said the over can now over tiase bia no. What they funny sir. Say over so can say okay. You want to see it feel yagani. You want so who say oh yes this is what is going on. So it is no more about say oh me who say yes but who say this is what it is. Yes sir.
Papa, maybe the say as a perception now the bar no. Na I say the be a yesu so mo nya no but ade ne nim so mo nye. E feel. And I hope if so mo nye.
Oh, okay. All right. Enti yan kan sir. Ene ne sa de tie dia. It is more to do with say eniema it comes out of the taxes that we are paying. And no ama challenge no aba meboa
sir.
Okay, all right then.
Said normal you do go school na o results aba no faili but omo would omo so results no mu dia beka say oh e bia wa dwen kra amen oh me ba no results ni asom but ade na ba na I feel intime dia me kan say ye twa tax ye expect say a light be gina so ye benya street lights ye benya we ade no ma no de a perception say who say nkrofo we politicians bro for na now kan omo ya de na o so na perception say say nti amanfo susu but e bi kura na enye nokre ohun enti papa nanka me bisa question bi nam de manuasi but em say escape me kakra
no problem eba no wasa baby why eba na wasa baby over body ana moten kan reflective Thursday abeka bia fine na minim say bo chairman I ready so abeka bia bo chairman eni bamaswo
advocacy papa smile
what chairman who say when you are in a company that within that company no they wamutimi ma odwini a ya na sa company no where the power
well
it's also subjective. That is when you have consciously decided to say you want to use the mind.
Yes.
And when you are happen you happen to be in a company that makes you think and reason deeply at the part. Now especially say when you are in a company of a woman who makes you think. You say at the part.
Papa,
yes.
I been to me a positive or negative.
And then yeah. Also, I didn't be you have to give it that.
There ain't been a walk and all
say I didn't be it's just like you preparing. Okay, you preparing an energy, right? You need to give it purpose. And then you need to give it a direction. Oh, and then what a fan open because I'm for and you know I don't know what is the purpose? Is it a progressive purpose? Direction ben na offer. Oh, and the money a romantic, you know. Oh, that ya didn't sit and see of a boarding somehow can ye bombard and somehow di can ye ever can ye what honor would out to say oh or more bobo no to be a melody na de banet de papa.
I'm not.
Oh, it's getting something sweet within you.
Bombard because I'm enjoying it.
Now enjoying it. Oh,
Within a better media now, I am say will be said beside same beer, and now can say be out doing what to me say. I've been casting.
That's right. Carry on, watch him. Carry on. Who didn't you tea? Oh, watch him. I know. Once we didn't know. Why invincible? Idea so. Let's see. Let's see if we will be able to get him back on. After the tonka. Aye, your tonka.
Papa, Obi Frebe, sorry.
Oh, okay, all right.
I'm saying necessary evil.
To us about Chama, who didn't eat it?
Yeah, that was
Of a body.
Wafa Bodi, first time. Wafa Bodi now on also pimping questions if you are just what did to who are or more Mukocha cake in Mononature say. Oh, we don't know what we are doing, honestly. I mean, for you, I am in chain because we should Kruman moi. Say, Papa, would you cancel tax me?
Of course.
Yeah, more day a demand in neighbor, so much near my cancel tax in here.
I'm teaching them, they give you the breakdown.
I want you cry now. A HMRC bachelor senior, Omu Yusu Sikano.
Of course.
I mean, yeah, Washa, Omu Yusu Sikano was our quine.
What was that? Crowding cry, no munya case, you almost say, no more case. Go Yesika, you try them say, company football or my boy Sika, no much as say, some.
Asama Benemi Bisa say, and you be a new man now, my church.
Oh, yes, any send your match or say evidence or only a bit marker say you may not get 100%. But the ultimate who says, you can't say Baby Foul Baller. A Baby Foul Baller. Yeah, Baby Foul Baller. Porto, no to be a honor, say, or report what? Omutim Babe sorting out. Come.
Oh, so what do you say? Yeah, you can report and they will pay.
No credit.
But you would say tax now would even though
yeah, Papa. Yeah,
baby man. You know, a taxes, yeah, Mujiji. To say COVID tax. To say a NHIL or whatever, get fund. Then, Sikami a day. I mean, are we collecting those taxes because we don't have the ability to promote businesses and now say ability to create income? Was the government or is the government so lazy that I want to create a Juma will chrome? And then I'm person because Sa 11 now mojeno and my son is Kakwakumobi and there was no tax on it, which I felt so happy. I didn't try because she said Okomobi 200 cities. Then the Pakrono Jubika 200 cities. Or no 200 in Kukuchi Ameni Pakrono. Ube say 200 no. What's the American say?
Yet you pa koso.
It is our 200 no. It's no longer as soon as I might transfer the amount wo Papa Smiling. No, it's no longer the 200 cities that I'm sending to you. It is a Sasikano say also would now the Kwakomo bia. Instead of 200 200 nam the amount at the minimum per chrono. The person pays tax on it. Into 200 and then finally say a book could in pana essay could in home. Nes kanaka bear a 120 cities. Why? One money being taxed so many times. Why? Nescano see a GGA or the day. And then to me didn't insistable. And I think they should bring back a finance minister to come and tell us where all those taxes went into. And then on what is asking, we need to begin to ask questions, and these are tangible questions. I'll be bahan no be challenge ya. Nature say ni pakron ono so na dwene say hwehwem kakra. Then on what is can where were the shortfalls? How much in total did they collect? The says can omutumi gigi and then on the we need to know, because we are all paying. Last week, me will be a program or guest house or JLK guest house. I say could share deposit money. But if I call me accounts in Tinipana intermediary na or woman, and I'm the 3,000 comma mammy. And then my friend or catch him so 3,000 I'm the man. Or no transfer their community per chrono. Nay, so utria additional charge of 30 cedis. Why? It just 3,000 and say come I'm no direction. No, I didn't see so. Why should that be? Why should I be? I didn't know sa in pension AC. I don't understand. Now, what we need na say omwa yedi omwa to edwumano. They are not taking the right decisions. They don't have the experience. They don't have the exposure. They don't have experience, they don't have exposure. Inti mienene nyina be bomu pe na say enra mitie abi no or make example say I instructed ECG. I instructed say move meters nyina mo outside. And it's true. Say anadwena ni kanye dumu a, right? Obey them. On fee is or an fee soon no pianos will be the adable nitre. We haven't thought about all of this. My ECG app. Obidi tunu so Mr. Digital. Adiani diani say utumitieska ewoso. It doesn't tell you anything. Say a credit na watono say a reducer. It should be able to tell you on your app. But who call app and so the catcher and say you pay this amount. Are we thinking, do we have people who are expertise leading our organizations? These are questions that we need to ask. They are legitimate. They are legitimate questions. You see, at the end, MPPO and the mobile baby sir. We are asking Mahama all the things that they are doing right now. That is a play BBC Honmu as it to quote. We don't know what the play came to do. We are asking questions. They should come and tell us what is going on. But it's for Trump or the 10% to a producer called America. What are we also doing? And you may fear America, but you share the tax at Tosana. They need to come out and say some more year trade negotiations are. It should be an open government. There is no more secrecy. Yembe Mijiran because will be a guy. Ye bisa questions, and they need to come and answer those questions. Yeah, bro.
Yo, boy, chairman. And
Matite, Nania Brisano. Nania Bri Papa Crodom. That is how it should be. And sure say board chairman, just like each and every one of us. And our questions are just to evoke a better version of the situation of ourselves, whatever the or whichever way you want to put it across. And board chairman, I tell also wakano, right? Let's just say the uti board chairman as uti board chairman. So as I'm now kana, it is more to do with what we see our taxes to be doing. You see, so about time you na abofrano go through the ranks na obey very very impactful our society. So the na me de emfato ho biba about school fees no. Na oba no kra na refi say emra owo sa abofra no na okekam na wosu ebitimi e ka no in a very sarcastic way was say abofra no be vagabond among other things. I was say ma wo asem mi tokuro but chairman what is asem ni mi da me wa
Aba was it?
so what is say oba time bitimi ka say ma wo asem mi tokuro so what be that
Where they have been tea, Papa.
Hey. Also, we there. Oh, my was saying, my dear. Oh, I mean, person, my boss saying, because I didn't know a natural idea, but yeah, a house.
It's just a passage.
A passage there, but my araba, or say. India phone day. Omo number ebe wa. Papa penjifo no omo ayire no wu wi a question how mo tebusa midwives say is the place okay? Was it messy? India phone. It's the bottom line is when the outcome of our pain something amazing ya na refi pain. So, you refi pay. And I won't come with demon so and I'm sure sometimes we also want to find out Bay and the tax stream end. So because at the church, if I am to send someone 500 Ghana to see so we could use 500 now, only 500 tax was so. And he or send him out being so on also Esha says on also says kana tax also. Right? Now if what chairman said now Uchichimuno say oh you oka ewo adwuma mu yeah, told tax that maybe what? Yeah, told tax. Anna, what you understand? But so we'll go forward now. Okoto petrol. Now say okoto diesel. And also set your tax or something. What?
Oh, and you're regressive. And you're regressive because you are paying for a service. And that service attracts what?
Yes, and also,
but me describe komame mame. Maybe I'm me mame say onfentua intokroto ewo me krom mame a. Me command 100 and I say 200 say 100 years say intua untua bibia also. Nti yanka 200. Na so kotua intokroto no 200 okoyiska na ikokutua and also transfer from her own phone now. She has to add extra to that.
Yeah. On that score, when you look at it very well, you ask yourself, say, what considerations Anna when it went through the creation of the E11?
Yeah, because
And
if you have idiots leading the country,
about him, abutre. So then me born intro no. So when the sun is to meet the clouds, it doesn't have a cloudy experience. It expresses its beauty, right? Now, the TBR, we will always have one way or the other. The very ones who are not working very well in the society. You know, the appropriate way. You know, yes. And then you focus your attention. Yes, and as I was saying, you ask yourself what considerations went through the establishment of the E-levy. So, I had I ran TV.
movie rough pa bebia tokro da bia no person movie on. And it's not nice. It's not nice. At all. What you go where you saw. It's supposed to tell you how you are using your data. Right? And also what electricity. When you need the units we use when you buy the units, you don't know the value of the units. It's just so bad, so bad. And then we are in a digital world. BBR should be well explained. Software.
When the
But
system,
if you ask how much it costs for them to do that program now, you catch your who began it.
I'm telling you.
And so there's so many lapses, so many.
When the system lacks transparency, it brings a lot of problems. Now, app it should have been able to tell you, say, within from this time to this time, this is the tariff that you are paying.
Yeah.
When I will say womb, but one way or the other said you can create loot and share into we just want to create an avenue to just make money, and then we put some monies on it, and then we are enjoying it. So the progressiveness of the things that we do, is so missing, right? Anyway, watch man. Thanks for your contribution. Anything to add? Ansana Yako, I'm say.
Yeah, let me possibly be say I said and I'm a best a free him.
Or say yeah, free you.
Okay. Manuesi.
Question who was all the question. Anyway, there was what Nanosia. Young Kofa Kwame's way. We know how Kwame Monko Mokakra, and many some samples were Bonko Transana Medici. Ama Wafa Kwame. It's over Kwame. What in camp, Bamazo.
I drink as you.
Kwame Boko, dear.
Oh, Boko, area Bokama. It's over to coffee or free UK coffee. And I was a pharmacy. Come as I come. Jacket, me, you road to baby.
Yeah. Okay. So you are enjoying the weather, isn't it?
I'm enjoying my melanin, vitamin D.
Now, when you say vitamin D, it's not all day round, and we is out vitamin D in room. So you say,
I mean, the minimum is that's what you get your free supply. Until we are minimum Sabeka.
And AI research ni right.
Papa, mommy educated for Kwame. Why? I'm saying, yeah, mistake be so Negro Nico Jine we for 15 minutes. Bruni ni benya 100% is a vitamin D no. Or no, Papa, or for Kwame no be Jine we for more than 24 when you maximum vitamin D.
Yeah.
I know,
And
some more, butcher man came. Many doctor be here who debate to say, yes, science almost say black body absorb heat easily. Now, white no so the and say almost so reflected. Nekobani says, say, give vitamin D. One more geno more change. Me, I'm a scientific explanation. But c'est comme ça. That's how it is.
on say offer Kwame. No question me woman ni nyinaa na we can tantamount to the beauty of this life, right? Na baby a ye wo ye to ye no. Say awia no wo hɔ paa, right? Na life is always going ahead of itself just to make sure it works itself into beauty. And he say your body no anye in such a way say because of awia na airborne no you be absorb less so that it will be able to your body be in such a way say it will be able to manage how much vitamin D that we take in. What I say now, esan say ha na ye wo no awia no emmo wano na we are already built in such a way say the structure of our body no control and I say manage the amount of vitamin D that it absorbs into no. And at that day, before I walk according to you, you call a year hospital, you see a vitamin D, no, ever form. Now, abroad the about chairman, kind or more a hano, a viano, and bokesi, and nature, I almost so skin in such a way, say, because they are here, no, almost can no, Kakrebi, a yanable piano, they will be able to absorb the needed. But yeah, dear no, a yano, a many a time. And here, you know, we should have a body system. It should be able to also manage how much it takes and then leave the rest. Pacho, what am I saying?
Matthias, but scientific phenomena are almost a catching no more, no, I mean, but yes, say almost more chair. Now, the underlying science of what you know, anything. I find a debate because
them changing with science awareness. What am I? Them changing with science awareness. And
that be the ultra money say for that to say almost don't have no limited amount of sunlight in it. I will say you mechanism beer one bear absorb non tentem. And yes, sir.
That is how life is made it.
I'm saying mechanism no na me tiasie no because science am sua ye no yes understand no chire me.
Okay. Yeah. But the natural principle I may draw I'm what tiasie no dey say no tiasie me boy.
Oh, say me tiasie na mama chire mu. Baby ho munya ne scarce no e say nature no hwehwe means unya kakra bi a e be sufficient ama wo. Me tiasie just
just okay. All right then. Of Kwame. You any young queen
na me shawara Ghana for some stuff we are training catchenti would be omo na omo bana uni omo wia na afi de be no ya yo no ne wa no de eno omo ani gua.
Okay. All right then. And my yentie Oba Patricia, right? Yentie Oba Patricia. Oba Patri Bamazo. Bamaso Oba Patri. She say no. O send cash kura koma guess na. O say ile bibi and suntina guess no so ni ajipa. Now the question is it about a tax na yitiana na say what comes out of the tax? And then Emma tax yitiana ya pa. So say Sikatua de ya mmeranteɛ wɔ Ghana sɛ wɔn tua sika de ma girls na sɛ biribi kora wotumi tua sika ɔfa kwa wɔn tua sika ɔbaa no bɛgye o transport sɛ ɔde fa car ba ɔgye transport na wɔ ma sɛ wɔ hɔnom a na wakoma yɛ ɔya but wɔgye transport no na sɛ ɔba na as per arrangement a ɔne no wɔ no wonya deɛ wopɛ wɔ mu a ɛkɔ afi koraa sɛ wɔatua transport biara so wɔkyɛ ma asɛm a meka me boa sɛ nokorɛ weyɛ practicalities anaa me boa sɛ wonim sɛ teacher ni a wɔyɛ adeɛ paa yɛ teacher ni a wɔmmɔ example sɛ de bɛyɛ asɛm no a wɔka no wobɛte aseɛ nti ɔbaa bi taxo na based on the terms and conditions of the taxation on saka na asumdwe aba whatever the case may be na taxi na say on sanka anhwe ya otimi kote ba bi kra de ade bontrim so cause and the terms and conditions na wo follow on the density no is it to do with tax na ye tuano and say what comes out of the tax that we are paying you yentie samsa for kakra sam so what you mean ka me dia bema bama so
drink yourself for Smiley.
What's the one?
No, I was talking to one of my coworkers and I was trying to explain to him what Accounting for Radio is and what we try to do and our purpose and which obviously I don't think I'm fully aware of the purpose, but I mean no. What you might call it? Chris always says that we educate, we learn, and helping each other. So, but I was trying to explain to him, for me, so much of the comfort side, being able to hear from my fellow Ghanaians from around the world. The fact that I always put myself in people in Ghana, like I put myself in their shoes. Like if I was in Ghana, I would be thrilled to be able to stumble on this radio and just tune in to hear people. Because one of my favorite shows when I was growing up was Greetings from Abroad. I used to sit there and dream. Like I still remember that one episode that I watched when I was a kid, and it just changed my life. And I always dreaming. I was always like, man, I really want to travel. I really want to be on the other side. So anyway, I was just going over that with my colleague, and I was just sharing it with him. So that's what I take above everything else: the comfort of just being able to keep in touch with my fellow Ghanaians from around the world. It means a lot to me. Last 2 days away. And to me, I'm banned sometimes it's later on the day, I can't push myself to come that late into your bantamana. I'm able to log on by about late now. At that point, I'm already involved in listening to another program or another podcast, and it's hard for me to break away. So I just stick to whatever I've started earlier in the day. So I check in, but I'm like, you know what? I'm in the middle of already listening to something else. So I'm not going to tune in today. But anyway, it should be for Kwame. Bochema, yes, we don't always hear from you, Nti. Every time we hear from you, it's an honor. And Papa Smiley, so I know you've been busy lately. See, it's nice to have you here for the time being. And Bra Alex, Neil for Albert, I'm sure later on, Dodo and Abeba. And most importantly, our listeners, because without them, we don't have a show. So it will be BI. Papa Smiley. I can touch real quick on, actually, before you go, I just want to touch on that voice note that I sent you. I was just so heated. I was so frustrated. I was so angry. Because the aquirenes of Papa Smiley, according to say, me no Papa Smiley, yet say, me no, ye juma. Now, Ebia Bochan and, Yasika, Obidika, Bobi, no Koyi on back on the toe, and someone munchain or baby. And Akwana Tessica and born, and I don't know if you find it so incidentally 3 sono epi and I like losing his sin, and it was a sad, like the way they painted the picture, it was very sad. So the car Bobby, no way you're not to chain. But the infant is only back on now, yes, idea, and very inhumane about them. They did that, and I'm Akwana to chain. So you say like
the following day, a lady, let's assume in this case that lady or a man, let's assume that person is board chairman, or not by radio station or let's about their complaint. And I don't think that person was able to get through, so she went home. The next day, Papa Smiley, I mean, you're Jumano. Meme by Jumano, Papa Smiley already know who Jumano. And I mean, by Jumano, I mean, who the same person on the side of the road. Man, for police, man, for hospital. Emo, my other radio, so air can't see car, we had the car being on the park on the Quine one and was saying to the Bushing phone and someone here and I'm saying it's on the park on it. And I'm like, I drain away. Like, when we saw be a prayer on the park on it, clearly, they were kind of young one. I would have thought that the first thing you would do is say, you find and call hospital. And that's the call report to my police. And if I go to call hospital phone, and they'll make sure the police come into the picture and, take a police report. But this person working at the radio station, she didn't do that. But Baba can or essence sama to obini. For what? Until let's assume since Obeka Nebusian phone which that's what happened. Obeka and Nebusian phone omotie and I'm call and I'm call for way. I'm call for Omunia and some ban accident on the call hospital. So I applaud her in that sense of Obeka, at least something got resolved, like Nebusian phone ehuakwano. But I say, Obeka between the time now, uhuakwana Obeka already what if still can lose your phone call and then what? And this is the other part. Obeka will radio this the co-worker in this case, Papa Management, the co-worker now host the program. Can't see my men and Cardano no Babecano. I mean concerning my men or you way like up say what's the point of my men Babeka? I didn't think my men Uncle police station. And so the guy kept going. I was like, okay. Into my dream, when I see or about the ball, you co-worker and switchy. But Obama, I mean, one country and find a co-worker. And I was like, what is happening? The very same thing I was complaining about saying it's a stranger and Uncle Babayano. Your co-worker came and did the same thing by one can't co-worker name, but what can some name? And I sit here and I said to myself, you see, this is. And you're getting away see NM Magana and Kosono because you can't be a Obaha say. If you're gonna hold Akwesi accountable, make sure you hold Kwabena accountable. Let's hold each other accountable. And found so your money and I saw your bad, and I saw you and I saw your day. Hold everybody accountable. Everybody should be treated equally in front of the law. By Obeka any day, I know the one once my man by my men and Kono obey the same thing in there. What can say my name? And I was like, wait, as you're sorry, a bit now because you're trained I'm in phobia about the ABB. So just because opinion and take it initially, I mean the opinion and take initiative, it doesn't mean say you regular citizen you cannot also take the initiative by some. So on the power no better now because in 24 no and maybe as I say yeah. Anyway, now I say me here in a film boy yanko yenu.
I know, say the easiest thing to happen, to be frustrated as to some of the problems that we see in our country, right? That is the easiest thing that can happen to each and every one of us. But if we want to move into the realm of solutions, it shouldn't just be frustration. We should come to the realization it's an awakening for us to consider what we can do to support in that situation. So there are several reasons as to why you think someone should be doing this, but they are not doing it. Several reasons. Okay. Western world are you the assemblies here also we have who say will be at theater who so be at theater. The natural instinct where you move and say and keep supporting pana or theater. But obi I don't know who said there be if I am not trained to be a first aid nurse for Namiko Echo, yeah. Assemble, right? And I remember story bi a Abe ɛne yɛ share ɛwɔ ha. Ɔsɛ nkurɔfoɔ bi nya accident na wɔn nya accident no. Ana dake bi yɛ sɛ wɔn kɔ akɔboa saa nkurɔfoɔ no. Nkurɔfoɔ no a ɔno a wanya accident a ɔda fam no ka kyerɛ dake no sɛ nasa nyabotrɛ na mpanyinfoɔ no bɛba sisi a bodies no bɛba sisi a right. Ɔfa Kwame hwɛ akyire ma mo ase na manya kɔ obi na me mmra later ɔfa Kwame hwɛ akyire.
Ayo. Mekai sa story no. Happen. Yes, we are no sa it be happen say. Sa accident ba even cry so who say obi play game bi utumi say or tata obi a instead say nka obi react no e will be at ho omo ye emphasis good citizens no what they do they say they take their telephone and call say incident be happen or have because some intervene that's an accident be a bar emphasis will be a prayer because why didn't you call the police? Because who nye armed and you would no say we intervene. And ya no ya che jumana mo bia and ye ba you know where to call. So and then me free pharmacy ba and they see me trimu say what's the way omo organize omo ho say emra no a omo edi ru omo man no ema omo liberty no the framework e omo ena esa kire omo limits no ena eyese de wo beye bia no emra no control ye kroma me wo France omo friends motor a omo di re ni omo man say in terms of citizenship no there's no French better than another French. Into omo friend equality. Ansani yaba liberty if the liberty near the equality number. Na say omo de another year to so say. Yen na free ebusua bakum into fraternity. Into 3 pillars in a French for use. If you happen to be a citizen, if you say on so over adopt to sa lifestyle no. Enti nkophobia ba omo kromo a utranye ya obehwe na trefree okonso a che say French values no em say omo respect nti da I say omo ntumi integrity omo society no mu but emraba could be a protective omo no say ye wo kroba ye wo ha dia irrespective of origin bia no o French ni nti say the abane say omo hwehwe kwane a omo samra no omo be adjust no said be ya the right of a bet no ma me automatic citizen
This is some person when you for coming to some person when you there so your president and the person you need be one.
Say one thing is
Because because I don't know say I'm quite so patchless into big like a blue or how bad we are say legal about whooping in the banner. I be illegal or say opposite interest I didn't. It's France for the person on trauma deal. Yes sir.
On also a first generation me who say no ha but we a first generation immigrant too. It was scratchy no oni achiri bia o oni achiri but say there prison cry am na anko e na ye de ayitumi na ma no e na say there o say oba be regulate ye citizenship no kra say there be ya enkrofo a o trace wo mo history a wo mo fi say untumi integrate wo mo no o be exclude wo mo anti no there e yetumi asem sebase omo America for be referendum also a that's a majority place so a ene emra no besisa emra de ye ene ahoju no enti emra no na ho se da e betena ho da etumi sisa ebi ni owura yi a wa be yi a opese odani BBA ni okuta majority wo baby ti the opese oye no bia oni mama nyina they have the same advantages so mama so the opese oye Ghana bia wotumi yo because wo majority wo no emu ye president parliament no so our majority o Ghana mpo de ye system no ye two pillar democracy ntunya parliament na wunya government no no that fi wabe control sa institutions ewo yinu mu nyina te say judiciary no money de keka ho nyina be sa be shwase into wabe ye almighty mama Would be so ana Mr. Sam?
No, for comedy, ne, share me boa no. If I na fair no mo kasanti. I should not think come up TV or hunting. No ha, etre. Tie dodo na. Ya
Enya,
me di assess.
over smiley de da wo di bibi ba. Enti ene MC topic a de ba ye no. Efa tax is tuya ho. Na baby wo ho a utua tax a wunsu. Baby wo so a utua tax a unhu de tax ne ye ma ho. Ti say ye mind ti say Ghana. Akufo-Addo taxes a wo raise ewo se wo kodigwa yetua no ana wo ye citizen of Ghana taxes egu so okoye transactional ofatum didi de bi by o emso okoto ofrage na ye kan ye taxes no nko aye 1 2 3 4 up to 19.
Wow.
O man also ye ni social benefit bi e o mu enti abai no eno waji taxes agie ena yesu ye twani a ye hu de wo mu de taxes no ye enti ayese ye taxes ayetua no ene business a wo mu di Ghana din koje no omo ade ye omo yi government enye bidi government ni enye bidi the citizens there ini ekwembia na me beti say board chairman say this time around there we are not going to allow Mahama to have his way. Nana me come here say me busa board chairman say kwa be so na ofi say obetumi a stop Mahama because it's a constitutional ye na citizens no you need to me bia you to me challenge president even cry yenye a referendum no ye hunu kwan cry you betumi a petition almost say constitution na use your change so assistant ye say betumi a change direction but ekwa bi ni ho ya tum safo bomba de o ha o beka o si enche bia ye be celebrate your friend is saying that constitution na anniversary because owura Akufo-Addo o kono o si asoja for no more constitution no ban edru na afida ye celebrate na independence day no kra no de nyi nti ye fa no kra Mary president independence day afire akwe antiganza opezo kasa show sign bi na afi bi mi o na afi be kasa because of us smile so from so am say now only anje sa dia of abodia kasa samwa kasa ene me family dia ka krempem so friend is saying taxes no ho asem no Uber Europe anu mo a ye wo party baby a friend is Scandinavian countries Finland for ka ho bi Sweden ni Denmark na Denmark is one of the few countries omo de o ka se omo tua taxes and how why because one one, Denmark one of the happiest country. Sana Finland and so tie. Nkura wɔn feel say wɔn yɛ happy with their system of governance, no. Saa nkura ka ho bi. Sweden deɛ nansɛn say immigrant cases ni nti ama wɔn ne wɔn government no ne immigrants aba hɔ ni nti akoye problem kakra. Na deɛ nti a wɔn nkasa ngensi friend is saying taxes ne say wɔn deɛ wɔn tua wɔn hu benefits a wɔn nya. But over south of Europe, see, you come out, my penny no say, I say a quabia so to me cobwa friends Ukraine for tea or yet you know. Your promotion said ye be finance sa companies no now yet you now we yet you now fin so say near Omubeye soja adwuma no nso em say ombe listing crowd because nka soja adwuma no nanka ye na ye professional body but soja adwuma hia nipa nti omo say ombe drifting crowd am be national service national service no ebia etumi betumi abeye military training and paramilitary training nti ekwanya omo de chichi omo man nye France nko Italy numne ya omo pese omo support Ukraine for no nyina omo so de taxes awuram a wo se omo build European strength no said the be ya so a friend is saying Trump say on Russia kwa deal there. Europeans for no fee say omunuana ubia be invade omunti. Ekwembia so say omuche omu say yensu ye ho na wanya omujai papa no a wanya odiabe say odiabe so a omu so. It say the Europe so build omu defense. That's some kakra me kafa ho. Bene wa obetumi akasa dia ona ene yente wonka nti oba na wonso obeto ayem bisabne wa ye ma Obama so
Ayenka se papa over kwame
yes
na mo se den eko
taxes ho asem ne eka Ghana taxes
and aba papa aba wayi tax abe na mo hu the tax ekunya yana ete tax ni yatwitwam
mo twitwa dodo se mu
so far be me ensa de nyina ko
and I say mo twitwa mu because mo yi ni every ho
taxes bi wo ho a won say na papa e bi say asem bi tax no enye se e wo manum na e ha yen yo na mo bi wo ho a ye chrono tax. For instance, me e-levy say no straightforward a chrono tax. If you say e-levy the me ye transaction Europe ha kuro bi eni ho a o ye transaction through internet a ye te usika because o dey afa say bank no na say system no a o dey fa ma yi no me app no so me te usika eno ye bank for na asem na enam competition o choose to do that. A man for bebre kra and say wo bank ho nti bank bia po nyesa not even the bank no a wode ne ho no nyesa na ban kra the tax abeto so say me ye mobile money nti why ye transfer over government say me no me no ye tokala wele waji cash atuaka ya ntohwe ba me de na me ye ni mobile no iPhone no me ana me toye Samsung Galaxy me ana matoma de me na me tuaka internet egusumia na betua made ka na mede ma ye sika afa so de ama obi aban se meje o ho levy nti na ma me friend say ye chrono tax tie no de
Mimi say me support aban bi or introduce taxes because tax no at the end of the day no eno na ye de bo man no. Na mom ye ho de no de. Uhwe rot ni sika e hwie fa kwan bi so a enye kwan pa kora apo no nkeze ye ho kora no aban bi introduce tax. So timi jeje container be 1,000 and over ayera. Yehuni nyina na se sika no be kanga na sika ho. Your friend is saying ghost names. Aye tuama nkrofo bi omunya adwuma ni nyina be kan ban sika ho. Se ye fifa nwuram carpenter for mo potan so mason for mo sidan mo ye painter ye je omu nyina tax a ye nhia levy ansa na ya survival and ye nhia covid tax ansa na ya survival. Enti tax no nye se ni tua no a ya introduce na ha ye hu ni ye hunu se ehun nhia because omu nnim omu adwuma. Se sa aban owo ho no be ka je me say ye ni system bia ye timi di check omu ye painting omu ye carpentry wo nwuram omu sisi dan wo nwuram ye ni tax ye ni system bia ye de ja system no hwan na ye wo na wo ye wa ban no wo na ya mo so atumi du so wa ba no hye niam se na be ya individual bi o ye adwuma income tax bia no obetua bi so ahu henti amamo no de ye competent se nipa no oni what it takes to lead ya we ya de want to me lead na mom enam so no wanya kwanya no wanya nipa bebiri follow no ntino obetimi de ni followers numbers no e de age power not so but oni nimdia e de bu man no enti over the years no ya bresa no me koyi ka na o tax na eguso a tax ba ko pen e-levy say no yetime de to niam miensa so with the same so duty no so ye de ato health insurance so ye de ato network charges chese ubehu na ade ba akopene corporate tax da niam be miensa so with the same ade no so appear so be 3 times odwene ho a wonte ase enti no
be bi cheche mu ye say emfa say article ba ko a utua ho tax no covid no tumi ba 3 times e wo list of taxes no so
it may appear so 3 times because health insurance no COVID tax da so and na COVID tax that due to nankasa so and na network charges so COVID levy da so and you see it 3 times the same duty no so nanka COVID tax da so a emra so ba ko pe but ubehunu so be yemiensa
and that different cover
that no na ye me was na idea nkura na ye because udwene ho a wonti ase say ntia na ye what those things no hwan mu na approve ye na
say wo mu introduce new tax a wo be chire mu say em say covid TV no wo mu be ye say say yentumi nko international market enko bobesia nti wo man no so ye infrastructure need ye to ase o say yentumi develop no nti also amano abano hwehwe kwani a obetumi a enya nisika no odi aye ni project and odi ni hwe
ye introduce covid levy wi ye na ye ko IMF ana
there be no there one any share your friend is communication any transactions are ye di sa telephone no system no ayo and have buy free say ye scat transfer dia any onwura honom no hwe so obenye bia
onwia bi
and there be they will hear skanye so onwia bi and oye they say below their tax. But above, I'm saying 3,300 there, kono there, and any live no show. I may cry because can the platform said the limited as well there, any me no the transaction I will do it around 99.
Once akwabi okokumase na oko ankran free friends akwabi ase na oko ankran nye kumase oko ye na ohwa brosa ne sa na akwabi be ku se he edan na wo hwe no o ye be juska And also, what I say, also, my hair me in pet. And also for who's cabra. And you did who's career, qualo, and also, me. My baby, you pet on a kind. It's one. And you be now okay. Me misika, oh, yeah, 99, yeah, then. Me, I made the misika. And now, what they charges a better so. Abɔ me korɔ no nti wama me kora no wa disable me ama me ntimi nsɛnde sika on time sɛnea mepɛ no nti sɛ wopɛ sɛ ɔyɛ transaction bi na ɛkɔ ntɛm ma wo yɛde yɛ adeɛ a gye sɛ wobɛtena so akyekyɛ ma yɛ no 10 so ahu nti no this is yɛfrɛ sɛ typical korɔ no a nipa bi bɔɔ no a ne nua so ahu because 11 no yɛ sika
ɛnyɛ da nyɛ korɔ no
ɔfa yɛ korɔ no ɛyɛ totally korɔ no hwɛ mbia won't ye de me kan ye me say sika me de akoto ma account mo me ma ye adwuma ya te me tax me de didwa ya te me tax bai mobile na kita me no na entre se hu obi sika na se wo fa bi o se aban ya hu se ho na sika fa bibira so what sa system no app no ye ne say nipa betumi wo no unya mobile no anti mobile no hu za manfo eze no obi ankoto bancha ba no bi odi ntimi mfa anya sa transaction ne mo obi eto mobile to papa say obetimi download app bia wo so no there transactions now company no a o use app no wo no no charge no your friend say telecom no charge no sa app no so a ye di sika to so no binumu de ye omo bank ho no ye omo bank a omo do omo sika to nti say aban kura pegana fo sika de ye adwuma ka de ye so ye ne say before we be momo accounts no so wo bank accounts na wa link ya masa momo accounts no through that no usika no wo accounts no person wo ye transfer no we bi a transfer the money pa pro no nti sika no ni telco for no any telecom for no but e wa bank nti aban kura hu sika mo person o bobusen wo mo benya bi by the no telecom for no kura wo sika cha aban because sika ni nyina wo mo yi me because Ghana me bi me tough phone chip no na aba say me to register momo no my register no bank account nothing it is Ghana comfort no anytime obi sika ba touch bi ana me nyusu ya telecom for no ne handle Ghana ye capital kese panka ese se ni nyina wo bank kefa banka oh edinu se ni nyina no ntimi nye this system ma wo no wo ni nye sika obetima bomu bi no wa wi de ya de abeto ho a wo si ma ye transfer telecom no a telephone no me use no ye me amedia lines no a airlines no na say friends no internet no company bi na makọ to a me no me use ti boso me so me tuaka ana me ko tompo a me tuaka enti me hu de enti esa aban agi sa transaction no ho wo mra se ma me yo ton kokoi se me tobi me de physical cash tua me ntua sa aka no enti aban kra for so ye se ma ye nyusu electronic transaction bio but the mo dey say yi sika no bank na fa nkoto ade physical cash sana ba no encourage mo
because say test kwa say there for no se kodi wo mo nsem a emsa buy wo na yi no ne digitalization no entumi nya dwuma wo ho nti taxes e was so generate free wo mo side no emsa afidie no nya dwuma nti ene wo ye transaction bia abai no no company no
I don't know how make say eno ye eno na a friend lazy man approach no say aban ye very lazy and weak minded people are omo say they abeka at the hem omo ne di ade na nim ti na ma this is the easiest way no obetimi na eno ye kro no sika ba ko no say me send them off akwa me ye bete wo ya teme also send them papa smile ye bete wo ya te no papa smile sumama abe sendima abe a ye bete ya pia be nti no ye kro no sa sika no ebesa on the road kwan no so a e ko no eni se bedru final destination na sika na wi nti no
nti no say wo say 100 no Crawford doji no kra e no say eni if you €1 1 CD ko nyina ye betua ho tax
omo ya krofo omo ye nkrofo a eno de ye krono total me for me to say betting tax say no me president and come ntwam da ntwam betting tax come ntwam
and we say no se mama de aka taxes a wotwetwa mu a
Oh, what drum? What training, you know? What drum?
wɔtwa na wɔafa bi an replace
Were you betting tax free or you emission tax free? Ho? Sa tax no say no.
David to boss na betting tax no wɔtwa mu no enti kyerɛ sɛ companies no any Ghana for say
companies no Hong Kong or Beji Ghana free company no a oye company owner urano that you know friends no chacha for no Beji o musika na mo wa obetwa udi a unu ntua tax
udi a aban ehia usika no.
That's right. And no mom na me make say no de wrong because and so no obi o no ye adwumanya income no ye gine income tax. Nti so obi so akotwa lotto no wadi ade na ye nye no income tax from that place because abeye income. Abeye income man.
Wotwa no edi so ne losses
no pa omo ton kosua so kosua ni nyina abobo na se ehwiegu a eno so wanya mfa so no still a wantua income tax ana.
Na me bu say
nti eye profit and loss. Eye profit and loss. Say ubedi owa ni oyemfa ho. Yesi unya income na etua ho.
Unya didi a na obetua tax.
Say uye business a ye ni say business bi wo ho a wo ye a wotimi lusu. Enso say amanfo ye. Etinka no there for me there betting tax there me ntwam da. Eno de me ntwam. Even emission tax no kura no wichi no a ye no abrochire nyina no omoje ho tax. But me the e-levy there me who say no there chrono tax. For me understanding from e-levy basic nyina na chrono tax aban yi free wa any problem. Na tax no so omoje no ohwa na die no no motimi di yima na broso sa. Na adenti na nkrofo bi so wo nwura mu eye adwuma da na president Mahama no mo e ka say painters bi o me painting if o mo di 50 million 30,000 but o mo ntua tax bi awoso. There was no way Canada Japan so make it the same you know so akwa bi be ye adwuma on fi sika bebre board man no akwa no so on ntua tax because there's no way. I'm say amokura mo ye politicians na mo ye say na ye no ma ye de ye individuals ye ne di ano na ye tua mo nti no munye system a ebe capture obi a obeye adwuma wo obi fie and they utia ho tax. Well, but that is how it is.
Meba carpenter ni a obebo me da so se e chile so obo da so a ni akobusa no ana say
that's right.
Messi a wo si me dan ni akobusa ne say wo de ayi eno your friend say VAT on what the VAT guy also.
And I say yes, and I tax is so tiano. Carpenter ni oboda no offer France awoi. Ubetima anya kwan agina kwan ho aye adwuma wo mra wontua tax da. Omo ye adwuma.
Ye free bibi because my free bibi travail no a. Enti se wo hunu Portuguese ni bi na se on kanentia se adwuma. But you control there and nyame apata
na ono anasem na Portuguese no kura o yes ade no otua tax na mbom enam so person BT abanti no onya bibinum hihye ti se wodi ya no de no asokete ne tax no kakra but otua tax because you registered a friend saying company and as a masina owo manum ontimi ntina ho kwa wonye hwe oni bibia oye because o man register obia
eno de make actual say we control system yet kama dia ene ye betwa pa aba no kon ho saa
ye betwa pa ho but ye twa fo nyina no me sinka sika te say e11 num kakra na enya ye benya free sankrofo no ho do so betwa fa ye ho but we will have a way to gain something from them. Da kakra eko yanim no eko yanim ena bibie ni ho abroni no wo Africa de kra ye de nyame azu bramponimfo binuma o me abrofo o mo ha wo mo ayade ne bidada no ane se ye control mo simple thing o ye nko mo ho nka njiro mo se bimia no
bine why your friend profo be stop work for
e wo Ghana
now stop work for you who say construction work be e ko ho a no ma ko plenty stop work na for people say three answer it is and this for somebody adopt to stop work system no
stop work no ne no de amanfo aye ne say obedru down ho ye stop work ni obedru down ho no na fiewura na ankasa di ka atwere ho stop work dada ndi wo de oni bia you grow who ya unim so was akwa we dey ya control no da
adi your friend say dirty oil say dio black what they are throw so
yeah we what stop work be no
ati ganza de on de ono a to man nu nti ono so betumi aka na adwene akwamna so aba abi alande abi expecting cash system professor enti ye bi omo anti ganza so aye ready a ene ye bi ona eja wajiba maso
na over ne ayi ni show no ye libre ye free ana ye free range ana
na kura mi ni mo me beto na me to aso
pada pejeza obi e se ana ma wie wa pon me no
ana wo bibi kandia wo bibi de soso afaso so e na afi ye ma
I don't know o de
that's it and it is a Spain you weather no and then my roaming jacket e good me
yeah I dey do so what from Enrasa this week in nsu ko
me te sense so sa kwasi super buta
go to suggest munye nyunu kese sade but I won't
anti gansa em say party onye ready ene kwamna so be kasa no mutual eja monso MPP for mo na mo de taxes maku 19 hey na uwe na your friend you know your friend is saying kenoforiata no de me baby I will go swing taxes maku 19 then udi ahuma be nipa kon o man so social bi enimu a e che say yes we dey twist command crofo kwabna baba so
adwen kase na ohun te sen
adaro ma wiabo it is say there me crisis me ho so
edo ba de ase no de ba na akombe na ati esi ohun na etufu ba bia o se wontie
eno na bomba de hu ye me bufu me dis one ma o se me kwaba afa de wo be loko me eno na me ntiase me dis one ma say take over afa de bi be pono no a wo loko me anything mama ne won ni o me mama ne won ni
Gbogbo we dey mo haji o ye abusi ekufu adu akaka chira hin bu bi so mo nsore so se ka we ekufu adu akade se na obeye so e go gba ni haji
akufa to de ne de wo ko bi grounds ko bi fia wo na ye wo ko bi grounds into wo na wo se wa fa hwie nkuta akoma no e wo se wo chia ne kama e wona wo kwa ye wo ayi adogagai no
obaga me
na abrafo wo ho a kieso ni mu o
ene na ma Bible mu asem ye no kure no we na nse na adoko ba bi na ote asori fo ni piu ni bi mu na de we na ote wona me se na konye we na amfa me ye ne wa ko sha konye na o ma ji esi jubilee house ana edi no
wakotom
na me go to tell ho ana se Ghana ofa se mu de any is for the omo ya mambo fu te so mo fa kwan ni ase bia galamsey no
asembia
asembia she da mai na se galamsey ya omo 2020 no omo akote ho board a te se omo bitu di akoyi te se eni mo ma nyina te se ye support galamsey no ya twesika to we de be support omo ko ese hwan small scale mining be na o Ghana ho enye galamsey ya ti abansi kana na ye besesa na dia mom monyina munkotumra nyenye bi mfa nko koma Dubai fo no mo twan age na dia se yen sase ensem ankofu ka ye ma nsoko ne Ghana fo
kwabna one di slogan ba say gold for oil one di ba
over good for oil say Ghana a new month for some too good or and it's a good face for some too good or and I quite kwa some too good or and into good or it no kwan papa so if it into be or into be or na see into be na fini be to dia na mama hu say afini ba be to be and
Maybe
here my
only community mining. Only the community mining by Kwabna Makani Hanu so many times. Say, Omu drew. Go praso. Say, go praso for.
over kwame and here man I can was him no moya mo kan some de chia no che say sana na ubi no wa kan de bia say e bia we na mo yenti na etu mu koya etu NDC e DMP before no buy no waka sa asem no so asem na me so me pese mete do mahama kra be ka kire ye say Canado and the Tiaba so Uncle Fight Galamsi na Ghana for man a buy no 7th January no buy 2 weeks pet Galamsi ni na to atwa or buy 2 weeks amtwam e do sa be kan sam atwam dada na o man ye ko any man as ye buy achi ye to aba the man go for
One case what did 2 weeks best stop of Galamsi.
ura na odi president no unim ni din ana wa unim no
Maintain that because on no formal cooperative mining ebe take near community money challenge
over kwame nienti to aba ana ye nsesa yi nipa bi ifi bi wode foforo ba ne kire se ebi eniema bi nko yi enti asi yi papa we ni aba o so bene wa aba ya o keka nsem ni nyina o keka nsem no na ne wura fi se o de condom tax mahama ya the condom tax and say catalyst tax in aba na ne wura fi o and o keka nsem se ekro no na nyansa bi anim ni se niema okuani a oni machines kro de do next kind of they don't require punishment cross amano no utan ko twa ho de tax ko to say so kuaye no kra no sa punishing was any manum wo mu sa ne ma
o person che say e mema person mo tinu o mu yi mu a condom tax
or the tax ram pastor and pastor tax you know the bi buy as so say obere wa kan
say wa no be defend na say oyi bi anu odi bi abehim
except one o say nse mo kan nyina say mahama na obi kofa obi be ye adwuma na oye adwuma na wan tia tax na de senka e ho na yile bi wo na mahama baka to ma me sen ne ma mumu ana me sen ne ma ade a asa na be du no ho no no na ya tene tax na ese ye tene no do sa painter carpenter ni no we finding the way to pay tax and other whatever. Then
over mami misa kwa bra question ma ho. Kwa bra metro.
Na was na kan na nyame do. Na ka me dia babu.
1 minute.
Na ka me dia ba kan bi.
Oh, there 1 minute. 1 minute. Me say.
Say now we defend.
Brother carpenter ni no. Say carpenter ni no.
Papa debate wa say yemra me debate. O say obi ka say me find you.
Me say be bisa one question.
When you find yourself, me na ba true no say
o ba me na frame o do find ono na betua. Na me bisa question say sa carpenter ni no. Say in case papa no dan ura no dika no.
Debi condom taxes no.
Me ba hampo me ba we dey question we na person bisa me ba condom no so. Sa papa no a oye ma no so dika no ko physical na o de koma carpenter ni no a sa 11 no kwan bes no be fa hombete no enu anti no condom tax na wo ka no condom me say income tax accepted every product to be any pattern so etime condom tax or the ba onye bone so so betre wo du am na say condom na o de be ya condom no nye obi na ye nya amfa port ni nyina no tax no ye de to so a enu de nye problem me for me ade bi a woton say ye de tax to so nye bone because obenya income nti enu na ma no de me accepted na mom 11 de ekro no sika e da ho na me de ye transfer transaction no nya wo de app no nya wo de na wo je me ho tax ya enu na me say ye ekro no sa na tie enti kwa bra kire mu say na say nipa no o de sika no kokoma no physical mo be da nya mo 11 no
onipa ne sika no koma hwan a
Sir, me tani our year you won't be attacked. I buy fine way I will
Dabi
better the tax.
o, asɛm a
Now
woka
say,
sɛ
now say, oh,
tie
maybe.
wo de wabusa question ɛyɛ kɔ na menka
So
masɛm na hɔ
what
ana na
I say there?
mate aseɛ kɔ meka kyerɛ mu mate aseɛ kɔ meka kyerɛ mu wɔ sɛ asɛm a ɔka ne sɛ asɛm a ɔka ne sɛ kɛnɛ japan kan bi ebi a me kwabena mɛka bi anaasɛ obi a bɛka mi ti me kwabena sɛ mepɛ sɛ mesi ni ɔyɛ m'adwuma ma me carpenter ni ɔyɛ m'adwuma fa kwan so tua tax a mentua ne cash mɛsan ni ama no through electronic adeɛ sɛ bɛ obetua tax ama aban yɛba ayi time yi du sɛsi a yɛwɔ mu yi enipa ɔmo yɛ adwuma mu nyinaa obiara ba wɔsi o ayi etua tax ebi tua 4,000 ebi tua 1,000 something it depend on how much you make and ebi a kwan afa so file or tax ne adeɛ nyinaa no we are paying money back to the government bi yɛyɛ adwuma ma yɛtua federal tax yɛtua state tax who yɛ sɛ akɔ file tax okɔ file tax and aka kyerɛ sɛ you make too much nsafa bi bra ɛwɔ nka yɛ korɔ no Ghana na ɛwɔ nka yɛnka sɛ nyɛ korɔ na adwuma na yɛyɛ no yɛnte yɛ tax dada yɛ de biara no tie yɛntua nti ewie a tax ne yɛntua yɛwia ne yɛfa chance yɛfa pen ne paper ne yɛde aba IMF anaasɛ yɛde aba adeɛ na ɔmo de say billions of dollars atua ho interest ama yɛn ne yɛsan bɛkyɛ gu yɛ so in the form ne yɛsan atua cause yɛn adwene na nhyɛ da nkɔ anim sɛ yɛde na ɛtoɔ deɛ ano sɛ ɛtoɔ deɛ ne tua ya baabi anka ne nyinaa ne sɛ ka ɛtoɔ no ka yɛtua yɛyɛ ankoku gyato ehu ne nyansa mu yɛ ne tiri ho sɛ asokwa ɛde bɛgyina ɔka kyerɛ sɛ oh mame kama sɛm na nneɛma akufo ado asɛm a yɛdi ne nyansa let me talk ɔfa kwame we are me ankasa me power in this platform to find people me a metimi afine wo ɛwɔ adeɛ na me find no so obetua let me talk atem didi a wo ofori atase hwan no nyina mu de mutimi di natem na de ko wi asa ka sɛ yenya ya na platform no ayi rubbish no stop ni ade no e kan no bofu mu nti ana enye didi atem what are you talking about
obi tiri hu te sɛ yi a nyame na abɔ ne saa enye eno na ode bɛka no madu obi atem why so no am sheku ni ti anke
obeka say and the government officials ekwaga inform nko ayi aburuchiri mo nko mo nkojo mo wayare sa we yi atna Ghana na ewu no ana no ma ayi vice president ma ame no wan tna Ghana no wan fa nye sa ampa ne nsem no kan no ene yedi adwuma tisi ya no ai no wan sa
mame no ya fly no
oh UK they say oh UK em say papa fire mini fire hanka musa no hospital e de naba e ban kanya de bi ye ade bi atito Ghana na ye third way e bi kwa na dem say Ghana na nya niam bi ba tata ma ye kan attitude ho asem no tata na ye kufu ado no ne ban na we ti dey say attitude mi ye nka ho asem ye ntwe na ndisi ba na yaka e bi niam bi ho e wo hospital na ye wo ho no na bibia o any party to no the hospital no and they very bad and they mara ni say ni mani ade nyi ebi ni ho e dey be machines nkwa no mu hia ebi ni Ghana ho no ma ye ntimi fa nipa nkom me manya blood clot twice akọ hospital twice ya admit me twice e ho no apart from MRI ni ade na e ho no no e dey be na doctor for no mo ye extraordinary omo ye den omo ye de bad
professor Akosa Beka say womo sorry a womo call outside for treatment we have doctors in the country we have hospitals in the country adentina womo fire equipment no bi ma na yem perform
equipment ben ya me call MRI na e do be fam ye do fa MRI ni ma na oh ebi a cloud no wa ha sei ebi a side draw we ni e be ma wa e be mete no ebi a sei ni ade ni ma ni ade be say attitude na ye Ghana fo no wo no in the hospitals no eno kwa na say sesa say ni ma ni sa e bibia ni ho biem
machine ben e ho asem bai owura ba umia no aka say ani e wo say finance say the obeka kire public no wontua says no why
over farming wa ba kokra wa say nanado be nanado be ka say What time
Yeah,
on
you
no
want free
I
so simply because we are contempo for.
and yes, I say no. And and this for no kind of cram out. There's a corner. So no crabba. And yes, I say no crabba Indian kako. Then is for no crane or more catch the one.
Let me
What
call,
the apple?
I'm
Oh,
going.
of a comment. Yeah,
Over
we don't want to hear the answer, man. We don't want to hear it. Okay, 2 years ago, so that them na COVID time. I say a kubuado. At the COVID,
Master,
abana panye.
and you're
Yeah,
not
the
set
panye.
the tap table, no, I'm miss me.
Ayeka, ayeka. Obi asoma o. Abroche no na abaye. Ye mpamo onzo. Ejino
Ah,
enye
now
emfa
who
kono
come black
enjino.
crown, who call
Na
Ghana, no,
eni
okay,
ba
you
ba
say,
kwa na ye ba platform so
offer,
a
baby, I
obedi
would
e be
tell a
kaya se
man,
bi ati. Obakwame, time in Abuja is very precious. Sebi obi ba na opese o kana sem ihia na. Me nya pensioner o. Me dey want say kwada me no bi ka say chiro kire. I'm babysitting at the same time.
but this is also a colano, 9 months, you say the OCI, no. Eh, one, damn no car, and the coach.
Enti ye nya pensioner say dey bi award age a wo na nya onko clock onko ye no. Me clock twice o. Me clock twice. On say kwada say e dey wa ha. Enti se ba dey say ada ati e kasa. Let us speak. Mayan carry asem ihia. We are not here to debate you. What your pension now to baby? We will be in here Zambia. We have a lot to do. And the best say you kwanya near bar, let us speak. What counts in minutes okay? I'm not here to debate you. Drop a debate there. CPP for no epe and kabum. Mo kwana se be do presidential idea na dia na wa ko jina for. So na ba be debate no. Nobody is ready to debate you.
One I can you, I am piano, I am prima meto to I am piano a platform you so why? Yes, so
now platform about so that ben. Platform so that ben a platform. When?
yo. The complaint now also.
Now be mama kasa. Oba mama kasa. Me buy 1 minute grandma menka o ma menka masem. Huh? Yeti me mama cratch ni bia be ka kire ye say ye ma kwan me emfa obi antu kwan fi o man mu nko baabi ye ma obi antena Ghana ho na ye nya ade ne ye kan ho asem aye a wo so me yen kasa because yakoka asokwa ho asem di o me yen kasa adendi why ade na na say na ade na say na ye ka kufu ado asem no de no nye nipa na kufu ado ni nua ne kofori ata na aka o masem o me o nye nipa ede o ba ni ade nipa bi wo kwan se o kam ene na me ti se obi ka se se asa atumdua ba o man nim o ma na atumdua ma sai ye to abawie ye bibi fi o ma bi o ma kotena ba bi de na kwa mi ho no mo nam kwawu ba bi o nyina akọbo o mo ho ano o mo kope okobo abo o mo akopa adwene akopa asem foforo bi abeka kire Ghana fo agitumi for the eduka kire NDC fo nyina se mu ye social democrat fo mi won si akọ opposition kura na se o kura mi akotena se ye nwi social intervention bi na se niema bi betimi aboa Ghana ne da ye na be bi aturu asem ne niema e say wo opposition say ukonya bi for opposition omo nye ready for aturu asem omo ye ready say bi omo kopa asem abeka kire Ghana kwa ditumi we ni mo hodum a ka we ko demonstration be 1000 ka 3 months mu ko demonstration de ni ade koka sa
omo yi covid test free Ghana for kom nti sika beba Ghana for bottom kakra
why me obi anyi covid tax bi anfi honum covid tax is still there when I say obi anyi covid tax if you when I can say am recho when I can then when I can say covid tax if you
bring one e be kan
I mean yes so kanta I don't think so
covid
Menye so kanta o pa fe ni wa ma na kwa o ka
why yi levy nyina wo pia gunche amaye
over kwame me se bene wa o busa ne say ye yi covid tax na busa ne ka kire ne busa no kan just ye yi covid tax
oh wa be kan wa adase
fo mi na me wa kwenye se me se ma na kwenye no be kan just ye yi covid tax busa ne ade na wo no se o di busa ne
agonda obeba be confirm ana
over man ka say ye yi covid tax
yo ene no anu de no na me to ka kire no
man ka
yo yati
enji o se sela ye hunto yen so se ye covid tax ama se ye ho ato yen ti se sela ye hunto yen yo ara
yi levi so say eno so edi bia be botom
Oba kwa me say omo say no ye yi levy no na omo kofa eyi aba omo koso omo de boot no e ba be si e ho no na ise wokọ say bia Ghana say traffic ho data
Na boot no
traffic
when it asa to boot no tax yi no. When it
why
twa
then oba kwa me
to
he
boot no ani agege no.
oba kwa me to boot na ojeje no say bia ma say ye bia to boot no say iska na ebeji ho to boot ye ni iska na omo de boot no na ye beji iska ho no say beji iska ana ye ni iska
Na say na mabanu ska. Na me hu
okay
de ntia o twa mu.
Ofa, say uyi to boot fi honum na bi akso koji yi levi a ebi a wayi ba ko na ade we replace no ha say ebi e the same ade uko Ghana e honum no traffic ni niema e ho kura nji na bi e ma kru na bi wa na eturu bi a u be pie kura na akoye problem ama ho say traffic ni ade u sa the to boot na ba be so am ya be block o ya block o no enfu ka yeso e ho Ghana enya papa engusie ni ade a e be pu o man kura so ye another ade o ne ba bi nko what I say Oba ukukuro bebree
Buka
nso
no
a
ene road wetia ye ma mfam pie o. Enye road wetia ye ma mfam pie.
na ewa hefa sem na okay
Ghana sem na America no.
na papa kura Ghana da ko wacha na se eden ka za na mkrumu ahu ana uko wacha on road wet no na kwaye ya odi se ye ma fa ka ne pie who to do that huh eje se ne ye ai boot ni ba ye the boot ni ba na bia nka ukọ kaso ya traffic pimu na bia se nka de 20 minutes kwa je no be spend ne be bia be 1 hour na wa burn gas sa tu be book petrol ga
He get no bi. Ye be ye bi wo boot on no.
ade eh before mo di eni ana brofo oba ye kro mu ase ya ye wo tax bia ye tia wa ha se ai se nka to ni ade nyina no emi ana me ya se ada ni ye kwan a ye tua North Carolina fo ni tua sa be ne ma New York fo bo metwa mu kwa ba mi du New York de se mi tua to mi fia na me faka me drive ko New York se me pebe $80 egu mi nchen a mi be tua to sa ko wura New York krum ba kwa papa egu mi krum anyina bia no wato buti so our
Dobra
find another way to
yo ma
pay
unya no mo
any
so
money
nkasa kakra e wai.
ada se eni papa
Ah.
kwa me se ye yi le bia ma Ghana se eni dia ba ma sum dia ba eye
COVID
se
de
yi
data ho.
then there that wo ho no na asem bi na me tell say bia na nya no kreze Ghana there de bia some say IMF for say 400 million bia say come de ma Ghana no o ma twa san because we no buy no 133 no o ma ni negative 133 enti no o mu nya mfa ma na bia na no kre bia ni say
Oh, na say IMF for no o musika no.
no
Mama
no nya I mean say no your World Bank for sika mum World Bank for sika na
3 million 3 million 3 million
3
3
million
million
ben
there.
3 million ben
A package no na 3 million lo. Another
akokra
3 billion.
akọkọrọ ehun so wa sẹ mo na 3 million ẹ sẹ okuje to abla kwakora betimi di amagana for ni o se sa ko yi so betimi di amagana ye ka billion a o se 10 million e de million me se we
Yo.
World Bank futika enye IMF futika 400 million ni Trump abejutwa ni di no se Ghana se na do ka Ghana beyond aid no mu di na tem se Ghana beyond aid ben Trump by no se we twa aid mu a mo se ade di we twa aid mu na se Ghana beyond aid o ekufo
Ah,
ado
na say ono akufo adokra o twa mu ansa na Trump obeka. Nti
how Trump no be 150 million if you want and 150 million here there. Yes, Ghana beyond aid. Oh man, almost almost take Ghana beyond aid, you know. So Mate.
kwabra ma nua no mo nkasa bi wai. E pa cho Dr. Abi, professor in accounting and government transactions. So I read in so also na what be hono abem. Ene topic na me beto ya pasmali di to board no. Bamaso.
Yeah, papa, of a kwame adwum kese.
Message na of Smiley or the beto board no say. There are countries elsewhere who taxes, including UK. Just benefits, they see and they don't complain. na even cry complain bi na ebi a baby a wotie e wo ho no mo a office enkoyi a aban no wonche no react na na Ghana kwa de ofatum say okoto fridge taxes egu na yiso during Akufo-Addo time no what kind of mako 19 taxes on taxes ya tax no ni asa tax no na Ghana kwa de sa taxing system no Professor Mills wa me chire yi na say abembia ye de ope abi be chire wadwini
Yeah, offer Kwame. I heard Biniwa trying to. I don't know whether he was trying to exonerate. Whether he was trying to exonerate NDC from taxes. Every government, beside your ability to take, loans and so on. If you take the loan is repayable based on the funds you can generate. So we expect every government to try to seal the loopholes for people who avoid taxes. So because nobody likes to pay tax anywhere, even Donald Trump, who is now imposing tax on every
Scandinavian foreigners. Scandinavians, they don't see any problem paying taxes.
Yeah, because they get the benefit for paying that tax. A place like a Mark, they pay over 50% tax. But the social services they get in return compensate for what they pay. Do you understand? But in our case, the government doesn't maximize the tax collection, and the little they collect too, they abuse it. Kwabra was saying we were insulting Ken Ofori-Atta as being stupid, as being useless, and so on. Kwabra, in the end, all the descriptions, all the adjectives we use to describe Ken Ofori-Atta, didn't it come true? That he was useless, he was stupid, he was, he's the state he left Ghana in is beyond comprehension. Was it not true? And he even ended up being a fugitive. He has run away now as we speak. So I don't know what you try to defend about these MPP people. All the descriptions we give about them, especially Ken Ofori-Atta and Akufo-Addo, have come to pass. So what are you trying to defend? Well, for Kwame, look, me, if I have to pay tax in Ghana, I will use every means possible not to pay. If I have to pay tax to feed politicians, I will not voluntarily pay. Of course, there are certain types of indirect taxes and so on you cannot avoid, like VAT, like this stupid e-levy they remove and so on. Those ones you may not pay. But when it comes to direct taxes, as an accountant, I know what to do not to pay. Do you understand? Because the money will not be used for any good cause. It will go to feed the likes of Akufo-Addo and their stupid lifestyle, their extravagance. I would not do that. He doesn't pay tax. He doesn't pay tax, but look at the way he abused our resources. A whole car carrying a chair, one chair. What Biniwa was trying to say, I didn't agree. I wanted to come in, but I said, well, let me allow him. Look, it is the responsibility of the government of the day to ensure that tax collection is maximized, loopholes are reduced or avoided. You understand? So that even in the developed world, people try to avoid tax. In taxation. Hello?
On your call now.
Yeah, it's okay. In taxation, there are two main issues. We have what we call tax evasion and tax avoidance. Tax evasion is illegal, but tax avoidance is not illegal. So if you go to your accountant will give you advice to enable you avoid taxes. Your accountant, any proper accountant will not tell you to evade tax. But we can give you plans or advice which will enable you avoid tax, which is legal. Evasion is illegal. Avoidance is not illegal. Okay. So what the government tries to do, or any good government, and this brings me to the point, because Ofori-Atta was useless as a finance minister. I've said it and I'm going to repeat. For any government to succeed, you need a very good finance minister or treasury person. If you don't have this quality of person at the helm, forget it. Because Ofori-Atta was useless as a finance minister. He was clueless. He was so stupid. Ofori-Atta was just greedy individual. In the process, he wants to destroy any business which wants to even compete with whatever he's doing. Such a character. Just for good, or for that he's achieving thing good, he wanted to destroy everybody's business so that only his will thrive. How can you use these characters to build a country? And in the end, look at the state he left the country in. Now he's a fugitive. Last time somebody was saying he tried to sue, or he's trying to sue the OSP for not following administrative procedure. I said, look at this stupid guy. This one is talking about administrative justice or processes. Ofori-Atta. When he was the finance minister, did he obey or did he even respect any administrative procedures or any administrative controls they themselves implemented? MPP implemented the Fiscal Responsibility Act. This Ofori-Atta flouted it without any regard to anybody. Today he wants to invoke administrative what? Justice. Rubbish. But the point is, Biniwa, whether our finances will be well managed or not depends on your forcing. You understand? Depends on your forcing. We are observing him. We are observing what he's doing, Me, I have my verdict already. You people know. I don't have confidence in him. I don't think he's the right person for the job, and so on. So all these tax issues, financial strength of Ghana, everything rests on him. Whether he can do it or not, we are observing. I have my verdict already. I'm sorry. By the time we realize that we have the worst form of Oforiatta or whatever at the helm, to be too late. 4 years' time, it's too late. You understand? It's too late. The issue of tax cancellation or one group of people imposing different taxes and others removing it, MPP did the same thing to NDC. There was one type of tax MPP cancelled, financial trans tax. I was a victim when NDC was in power. So I was happy when they removed that. And that type of tax imposed by the NDC doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense. That financial transactions tax is one of the reasons why UK left the European Union. It's a long story. Even countries which are well, they have strong economies, don't want to impose taxes on financial transactions. But NDC did that. And I didn't see the sense in that because our finance industry was nothing to write home about. But the imposer tax, MPP came and removed it. So if they've also removed nuisance taxes, we wanted them to even remove more. Something like COVID tax, it doesn't make sense to still hold on to COVID tax. If you go to Ghana, you buy anything, they give you receipts. It's incredible. They charge tax on tax. Tax on tax. Then when we are insulting somebody like Ken Ofori-Atta, people will come here and say you are insulting. I mean, which country will impose tax on tax? Which country?
That is Ghana's financial administration. You pay tax on tax.
Yeah, it's because every Tom, Dick, and Harry is giving any position at all. You understand? Ken Ofori-Atta, he did his masters in public administration. So I don't see Ofori-Atta as having any strong finance background. Apart from that, brokerage services is providing. You understand? What he's doing is just brokerage service. Anybody at all can do that.
I be no. Ozi government be able on try say we maximizing the taxes. In the same vein, I be say, and you say, financial. One I can you, me finances as you.
Look,
Financial transactions. And you say, the taxes will be alcohol.
Of course, yes.
Oh, but he maximizing is saying, how do we maximize it?
How do you look? There are so many activities in Ghana which is not being taxed.
And I'm saying,
hold on. Kwabena cited an example of Mama saying he pays some workers and they didn't pay tax. Me, I don't see any sense in Mama coming out with that. Because Mama has been in government for years. So when did he realize that was a weakness in the system? When did he realize? Is he only at the point where the people collected the money without paying tax? Or at what point? They talk anyhow. But simply because you have followers like Biniwa and the rest who just follow them. I'm sure he knew. Yeah, I'm sure he knew that this situation has been existing for long. What has he done about that? Despite all the positions he's occupied, vice president, president, what has he done about that? And I don't think, under his term now, he's going to do anything about that. So he was just talking shop.
Me Ghana, me got a shock this year. Me masasi ameto.
We are talking about tax. Then you are also talking about assassin. What does assassin going to do with tax?
Friends, check payment. After check payment, you know. Tax was.
Yeah, that is a financial transaction tax they imposed. You understand? That was a financial transaction tax they imposed, which didn't make sense. The point is, the little taxes we get, if we are able to seal the loopholes in their collection, and also we are able to use the tax well. Do you understand? We should be able to do that because most of the, if you look at the district assemblies and so on, some of the taxes we are supposed to pay don't go to the districts or the right authorities. It goes to individual pockets. Meanwhile, we are paying people to ensure that this thing doesn't happen. But they don't care.
It's a common thing.
Exactly. So instead of paying to the state or paying to the local authority or whatever, it goes to individual pockets. Then these same people will wake up and tell us we don't pay taxes.
What's the for you say? So also receipt copy. Any city council, metropolitan council for receipt, no, they are thinking. No, you should.
Yeah, but Kwame, these things will continue. These things will persist because look at the type of people appointed as MC, DCs, or those rubbish. They don't have a clue why they are even there. But Mama has come. He has appointed them because they are NDC members. MPP did the same. You understand? So they are just there.
I know there. You need college be a picking a civil servants who I know there. Mama Bana or the Nenkro Faba. Mama permit is all already Ghana.
Well, during Nkrumah's time, we used to have local authority training school or something. Don't they have that thing?
That's a Gimpakra. I'm saying Gimpakra. Man is saying,
yeah, Gimpa used to be that now before they converted it to the level it is. Gimpa was supposed to train managers for the public service, the public sector. Now they've stupidly converted all these things into universities and it's producing chaff, rubbish.
Yo, Abi, my mom for some Kasebie.
So long as we keep giving these vital positions to party riffraffs, party rubbish people who don't have a clue. Even look, I met this Atafua, what he was under Akufo-Addo's time. He was deputy local government, local something minister. I met him on the platform. I asked him, look, he was talking anyhow, and I said, look, you were deputy minister for local government. Tell us your achievement. You know what he told me? He said, look, I didn't achieve anything. That boy, that he's still a minister. He said, I didn't achieve anything because I was supporting the minister. So whatever the minister says is what I follow. I said, look at all these people. wasting our resources, wasting everything.
Tobwase. Baumia said the same thing. He was only a mate.
Okay.
Tobwase. Ambassador, who actually, so I ready now, so also Ghana. Ambassador Kraoko. Oh, okay. Any. So I ready. Odeja. Oh, we are nodding. The brand also.
Yeah, so Bombardier to come and tell us, I'm sure he's followed that interview by his classmate. He was talking nonsense, rubbish.
Who was talking rubbish?
That Dubik Mama talking rubbish. He say the container cannot get lost, but they can go missing. I mean, Bombardier, look, you people should spare us with all those stupid things. Oh, you people who defend these characters and he went to Achibota. So what?
What's he anyirai? Ghana's so the continent to me nasa. And as he say in Yamiada room, Bombardier,
something getting missing, something getting lost.
Bombardier, take over.
Yes, you.
Bombardier, M say, Onya, you America for infrastructure, no. Kind. As I unlock no, or local. I Trump are all GG taxes and so infrastructure and that for me. Anyway, or scammer Elon Musk because Elon the project na no thing.
Kwame.
Yes, sir.
Now, there is this thing that I would want us to, channel some energy there. Who said the ABC alcohol. What do you think is the ultimate that we are seeking to achieve from all the deliberations that we are putting across over here? For the answer. What is the ultimate that we are seeking to achieve?
Over smiling.
Yes.
Since say we grow our platform, we message and change it. That we should build Ghana on united front.
Okay.
I just idea any because on mind they want to mention say bakun koso we are betty na bakun so ntwe hanmo. Yensun san say yesun san tumago.
Okay.
It can work.
Yo, I would say, in a sentence, what is the ultimate that you are seeking to achieve? Mamentiasi, in a sentence.
So Ghana, you're building on united front. Freedom of expression.
Of Kwame, yeah, but say. Messi, in a sentence, okay, what is the ultimate that you are seeking to achieve?
United Ghana.
Huh?
United Ghana.
United Ghana.
Yeah.
Okay, and then the ultimate that you are seeking to achieve.
I don't know about building patriotism. I about my build United Ghana. No.
United Ghana. And mention say a United Ghana. Okay, all right. Now, a United Ghana. My try to honor. That is the ultimate, right? Now,
yeah.
What modalities building upon that now? What modalities Anna when we put in place we'll be able to build a united Ghana.
And he said, on my teacher and I said project biano, yeah, the ideas and the chassis.
Okay, into step one. First step
idea building. Said the ideas no, and he said if ideas you through I will say in your freedom of expression. particularly concerning nation building, because Obi idea between my Ghana government was save millions.
Is there something that we need to understand first before we get into the realm or the stage of we trying to put ideas together?
Oh, Sam, say your horizon is here about the Ghana. Your attention a bit free. Is our partisan debate now almost year or so. They are concentrating how to push the country forward. And the ideas na ebeba. Inse say one bet kick and one sabi and some huno. One bet idea every time bia me hu Ibrahim bia na meniaji. Because that will change niema towards nation building. But Ghana there no entisa. Because baby I would do anything no. A hona would direction echo.
Case very peculiar but and say you could not corporate body be an say pitch woman with your idea by power abe say because say of Kwame he's looking to achieve something amazing, but we need to support him to be able to establish what he wants to achieve very, very clear. Now you have a room of say 50 people that you would have to give them a lecture on what is the ultimate that you are seeking to achieve from all the deliberations that you put across over here. Where would you start your presentation from and where would you end?
In the first place, our attack our current system of governance, so including the constitution itself, because yet to me body Ghana on divided front. And what dear, wow, what's on me ya dream be abra, now by challenging me. Say, ni fie our tieno. One in a year, Betty Chim say, Anne, me a me crack was say now we so I crack was a young compromise the body of families are. That's a baby year. Enti Sebia and I say nay duma. I will say debate in the son fast or no. We debate. Na a day reasoner pa. And he said if you go by reasoner, I also accept what is fact, what can work. And he said, yes, body Ghana on this partisan confrontation democracy in India. And to me, we are wasting time because Ghana for experience said, way back, on to me, yet the oil. And I do for a maximum of 8 years. I also hand over for another group. I had 2 teams, and to woman that the Ghana call runabout. Where if you don't move tangentially, you will never get out of the circle. And I was saying, be move out from the system, no. And Sanya who say, if we don't think outside the box.
You call me, right?
Say, me say over support to.
Kwame.
One second. Over support, whatever he's seeking to achieve, So he needs to be able to know the practical steps, the various stages that he needs to go through to get that done beautifully. Because getting to pitch us on what exactly he wants to achieve and how he seeks to get it done, Them say it's all over the place, kakra. So over to me.
Kwame, the law and short of what Basmali is trying to drive at is you have left your audience. Do you understand? You've left your audience behind and you are going your own way. Do you understand? Look, you are pitching your presentation to the audience you have here. Do you understand? So your primary objective is to make sure that you get everybody along. You sort of coordinate what they are saying or what you want them to carry across. You understand? But you are hiding behind your philosophy, freedom of speech, and doing that. But our personality things you have to, organize a thing in such a way or approach your thing in such a way that you get everybody along. You told me that okay, the topic is about how we are going to maximize or organize our tax system in such a way that the country benefits rather than where we are now. So that should be your guiding principle.
Debbie Tobuase. Me ba join team no. That topic on board on say tax system no. Tax it yeah. But we are obliged to pay taxes. Na baby on more woman adia taxes no ye. But unlike the no dear, you bet you so fast will be and I won't the scano ekugu say the tria ye honorable so cool. Say ye the body or mining infrastructure, say any day only God knows. Nti a quite being and then crow for church or margin. It means to me become margin. But
yeah,
me,
but over Kwame, the issue of taxation is what should be your guiding principle for everybody who is supposed to talk on this program today.
Me personally, okay.
Not personally, but that should be your guiding.
I have idea about taxation. Taxation.
No. We are not interested in whether you have idea or not. Everybody who is supposed to come and talk here, the core topic is taxation. Maybe the person may digress or something, but at least the issue of tax should be the guiding principle. Do you understand? That's what Papa Smiley is trying to drive at.
I say we of a Smiley topic end up me personal them say me dear taxation a two things. And you try ye percentage ye idea be say taxation ye 11 to 10% of transactions 10%. And you what would your doors no physically you pay more, but in percentage wise it's only 10%. And you know dear Ghana for say here say ye be year a friend is saying ye be a taxes one ye de ye den because me no adia me wiase me penny adia ye gigito na ye hu de be yo media transparency is part of my nature. And say ye gigidia e ho say ye hu de koye afi wo a wo antua no ye wo say hu e kwane ye do fa so na say ye accept say o man bia taxation ye de be body ye yidia and ye wo say hu say ye be cut down head load no na say o mo manage any your friends sa nkrofo ya yi o mo ye unproductive and o mo be wie sika asa ge gracia ka ho de a and ye forgetting because yet me nkobọ besia enkotua we no moka na da Ghana e ka de anim it can work that way. And you
Over Kwame, you're talking to my Bombardier is on now, so let Bombardier take over.
You Bombardier me so about there omremu so no expect but Bombardier na me hu say wanya sa connection crisis binti oba nedum opeso okasa nso oba nedum simply because America omu infrastructure no ehedanya papa bia na papa no nso na say o say jamre o de levy abeto tonkrofo so wow import to America bia no oba be gi skase de be ya elon be bi no de aye ni project enti elon yes o person commerce nti e kwa bia so nyi ska to me ko nti se bi no de co finance nobody knows. And meanwhile say a friend is saying Bombardier nye ready ne de yɛbɛhwehwɛ obi a wayɛ ready no ɔno nso abɛka n'adwene. Bɛɛ taxation no deɛ me dɛ me maka m'adwene. Kurom ha yɛwɔ yi, nobody is above the law. Nti president koraa yɛsɛ yɛtua waa ne yɛtua me Akufo-Addo ikohu no sɛ wɔgye sika bi ahyɛ ne bɔtɔm wɔ meeting bi ase. Na me say, hey, what kind of president ni? What kind of president be? Saa nso na ɛyi menhyia nso mehunu sɛ yɛde envelope bi.
So, Kwame, you are the only person who will talk today.
If you want to talk, come in and talk. Maybe you will be take over.
Is Bombardier not there? Kwabena is there. Otherwise, I can go on. Sam hasn't spoken today. I haven't heard Sam speak today.
And I may say, me situation there is no problem. Oh, just show signs say you are ready to talk. And no, I open you and you talk.
Of Kwame, what's the obi a papa smile a catch us we as will be me no ka the part 5 boom abs will be a person kasa. How do you do it any panel
anyway only one person can talk at a time. It me who say any part 5
okay of papa me tie what's all the ukosua nyansa or school bi mu
in a chair because school because nyansa sua school
yeah ni yesua fi wo de ukosua ni yesua bi fi wo ndi no ka wo de no ba ya wo se bi ni pa kasa obi a me beto obne wa na e kasa e bi a sam e na e kasa ndi no wo wi a wo be hu se in school na akọ en beto se bi anka e bi a sam na e se oba e bi e se obne wa na e ba in line so and I no man to se school mo
ebini ayi Bombardier yi anka e peso kasa yi a enam technical reasons nti wontumi nkasa enti wo a waye ready so peso kasa no. Now what me be me who so person kasa I'll give you chance to speak. But point in this say any pop 5 be crash here. Yeah, one person should talk at a time. One more I can be good standby. Now will be kasa. Where yes simple logic. Kwabena ya monti of Kwame asi. Me hard. Ye hard, but me a very reasonable person. O person kasa Kwabena. Bio hona kasa mienti.
Maybe to Sam. Maybe my back as I'm Sam. Maybe to open was all kasa. And you know, in order no. What is sequence? Uko how much the sequence? Oh, a honum say bia one after the other. We come kwaya no bukwaba. O man chere wo honum.
In my case, you know, I give the mic to people who are ready to speak.
And yes, Anna, Samnet, you cannot say a Bombardier, an oped judge, remove baby. No, Mike, no, I ready. Next only Rebecca Zach will be a no, you don't do that. Go to at the end
I think this is the lineup. Bombardier never one quiet, Nime and quiet, Bra, let's call into software. Bombarding someone bad. No, no friends. I mean, I'm calling my brother. Just keep the line flowing. That's what I think will be a Patrick. You just follow the line up, please. Thank you.
Mr. Sam, if you have anything to enter, open yourself and speak. Because
I busy crazy. I think it's a Alex. I don't know Dimitri, so I know about
me say. If you want to speak, kasa because Alex dey or no ye jumanti wonya time my friend.
My busy cranty obet me amade odi bako.
Okay. Kwabena so antumi ankasa ono a o free kura antumi ankasa. Bene wa ho. Bren wan so are busy.
Kwabena ofa Kwame.
Abi come in be from. Come in.
Yeah. You see, the issue of taxation in our part of the all the governments have been saying that only a small proportion of our people pay tax. And that small proportion are mostly those who work in the public sector. Simply because they are the sort of what I'll call captive group That is where the governments can easily tax their income and so on. When it comes to people in the private sector, I think there's a lot of work to be done to roll many people in. And that is where our government or where our tax authorities break down. That is where they fall short. That's one observation. Another observation. Observation I made when I went to Ghana is that we are not generating enough taxes from the private sector because there is low level of activity or low level of formalization of the activities in our part of the world. And I tried to explain this the last time. Now, okay, if you go to the markets, I mean, almost every market in Ghana, one, there is no organization of the market. I think those of us living outside, we know that even where there are markets here, they try to bring a little bit of formalization, but even demarcating the floor the people sell the things. You can't go and just offload your stuff anywhere and be selling. If it is a market, they demarcate and maybe give you some numbering or maybe some sort of demarcation so that when you go, this is your maybe your reference or your code and so on. So that those people collecting tax will know that, okay, I'm going to not floor, but let's say the person sitting here with reference number this, reference number that. So that we can formalize these things and let people pay tax. Also, I think most of the things they sell in the shop or in the market, people will prefer to even work in maybe cooperative societies or cooperative organizations rather than coming to sell in the markets that they are not even guaranteed that they can even sell anything during the day. So until we formalize some of our activities, tax evasion will continue. Because you can't even identify the people. You can't even identify the people to impose tax on them. Even people selling along maybe stations and so on. If we are serious in collecting taxes, before you can even mount a table in front of your house, you may need a license to mount a table. So that based on that, the government can collect maybe the little tax we need. But Ofakwami, the people at the helm, as if they don't think. It is only in Ghana that when they give you,
I think if I can help a little bit, they think about. I think that nipa na ɛwɔ man ni mu no, any the type of politics I ɛwɔ man ni mu no, ɛno na ɛboa yɛn no because me find say the social program about be say every parent be say majority of the Ghanaian no obi aba be go school be a free SHS na is a policy the aba to and you know in this platform na because say has and I say UK I know that baby obroni kru mu bia na ɛwɔ and then I do babeko daycare cranny ade no and so the tax form o 1099 application o koni hu de bia utia tax we na say ekwan say na fa so na say na say oba no dey be say your man free ade na say man say that's why we will know okay this is a rule program be a free SHS say cost government so much money And you be as a table now, we yes what you mo say if now you and come more accountant to put crank be a mobile juma 24-hour economy. Ube file taxes any other. Because file taxes, me tax lady no Jimmy $289. Of filing if I bear handed the tax when you're saying and you know me tax form no me here no for be any idea to be able to for 2024 tax at the bra. No answer my me take copies na me ko. The oye table so adwuma no. We are able to do a end of the year no for time. God will ban equal school a requirement. And you only be who say kwa to mercy, utia 1 cedi, utia $1, and utia there. It's not better to ban because school na be private school. Unko and the government benefits so there is on you. And then force. But because papa na fire na a speaker that okay. Mr. Kitty, you're saying, better kwa me, say America, America, DNB. So, we are not going to pay tax. A quabe near pass on the tax. I saw Maka say, on your whisker or Ghana, no, on Unchi and the best school fees. One have identify and say, oh, whisker. Gayo Odi 40th birthday, so much. One I'm watching or simple. Over there was a quaway, what to be so. How can you know? Who didn't pay him the rest away is can and away hear me. Yeah, the tax form and it determines this is a rich man or this is a broke guy. That's it. And this is a policy.
Yeah, but
Politics and MPP ni NDC ni tiwe NDC di aba yen kekansem.
Yeah, I mean, so long as we do it this way, it will not work. The point is, if let's say if you go to Ghana, apart from the markets where people are sitting everywhere selling anything anyhow, in our areas, you see somebody is selling orange, somebody is selling roasted yam, somebody is selling all these things. Fine. I mean, because there are no jobs, that is why they are doing that. But those people, before you can sell those things, you need a license. You understand? So that license will make what you are doing official, so that they can use the references and so on to even pay tax. But what the government can do is, okay, the government should say, if every month or every year you don't make this amount of money, maybe you don't need to pay tax. People will say, oh, then people will not declare. Once you get the idea, going forward, we will see the best way to make everybody pay. But we should implement the system and monitor it. And even to the extent that, okay, even if you don't earn 1,000 cedis a month or something, maybe the government can give you small subsidy or something. Look, until we formalize our system, we will not go anywhere. But all these things require thinking, proper planning. But what I see home is when people are given these positions, it's like they've chopped lottery. They don't care what the job entails. They just write in the cards. That's all. Sometimes I wonder, these district assemblies and so on, when they go to work every day, I don't know whether they hold meetings. Even if they hold meetings, what is the purpose of those meetings? Understand? Because the problems are there that we don't see any change.
We don't get.
For instance, when I told you when I went to my house, my neighbor he doesn't respect the road network. He has been in the road. As a good citizen, if I knew action could be taken, I only have to walk into that place and tell them, come and see what this guy has done. But do we have the system to do that? So you won't do it. You just leave it like that. And this is what goes on in the whole country. Meanwhile, we have local assemblies or we have district thing. What do they do?
Abi, me starting my professional life, baby, and I'm a year. The office be office of studies studies.
Eh,
And na a steady system. And Omahe, a quani ebefaswa, you bet me a mana ye kama. Ama our pretty war system no more. And he say taxation is a problem. We have somebody like Professor Mills. He worked under Frenison, JJ. Anka was a expert in taxation. Anka is saying, pa nonka baby, I agree, anka your taxation can you problem bring. But still, yeah, you to me streamline one, it to me the three taxes no money ye. And a macano, Kwasi, oye, one bay content fit receipt. So, and I back crack a braka NSM. Say a bit me effective for private sector. Any message cash payment in there was a real crime for because some mako high a friend is saying carpenters who may make mommy. Now, me no emphasis me a good citizen. The vatinina, Miss okay, and your she. Let me try manua. That's a friend is a medicash manua. Me na me nsa kobusa kwani a ono obekwa akotua ne VAT no ana. So, these are
Offer Kwame, stop there. Okay. So let's say carpenters, masons, whatever. Yeah? Okay. We tell all of them, one, you are a mason, you are a carpenter, you are this. Before you can practice, you need a license. Period. Before you can practice, you need a license. The license may be some sort of token fee. One, the government or the local authority will generate a little money from that. That's one aspect. Two, anywhere you are going to work, before you be paid, you need your license. You need to give your license reference number or registration number or whatever before you be paid.
me, I didn't know, license over your mommy.
That's where I'm coming to. So it will be easier to control that artisan and the person using the services of that artisan. Do you understand? When the authorities come to control, do you understand? One, the artisan, what is your reference, your license number or your reference number? So if we control it this way, the person who solicited the services without and pay the person without demanding the reference number is guilty, as well as that artisan is also guilty. All what we need is yet a program like that. At the beginning, people will say, oh, this is, we will not tell them. But when people come to know that it is illegal to solicit and use services like that, with time, majority of them will toe the line.
I think that's what's happening in Western countries.
Do you understand? Majority will toe the line. Because if you know that, hey, I'm going to do this black work here and this and that, and it's illegal, maybe the first couple of months or years you do it, but as you go along, your guilt will start kicking. Because when they catch you, do you understand? When they catch you, the price you pay, you can forfeit your license, you cannot practice again. You will not do it. Look, Wafa Kwame, it is thinking and reasoning we use to manage a country, not MPP, NDC. That thing will not take us anywhere. That thing will not take us anywhere.
We are making the awarding a license or could join MPP. Now, mobile power.
Okay. So let's nothing like that. Then when Oyibo people have organized their system, is working, everything is functioning well, they say they are cheating us. They say the democracy we are practicing is no good.
If you abuse the law, me first animal, Se wo bie ba na so one follow instructions no at least when you kra ne 6 months ni abelock o ba no o ka fi ni a lock no you can operate so but artisan fund then there no create issue NSF.
Yeah, well, for Kwame, it's issue because the people we've put at the helm don't think. They don't even care. To them, this is the problem. Once it's getting to his pocket or a pocket, that's it.
There may make sure difficulties in it. The working days, you know, ABI normal working days from Monday to Friday. But BBN were preventing also during weekends. So na se no na be kire say na rie asia na say black
Ofa Kwame, I think that abi asema oka no ho emra na o de tie bibi achi o say bia mfa say wo Ofa Kwame wakofa abi carpenter na ese ubusa abi say wo license na wanye na ochina be kasa abi o ameye adwuma no na ekopie police station na je kopie ba bi na ebusa say unipa na bi obaye no ubusa na license or license alazo unia say na obi a be face obi atomra de na obi akọ no ba bi what is it eji asema ye ka no asemba ho ye ka asem na ya pe ho supermarket na ye de ko yenim ni ya fa kwan obi a betu kranga besia abo na do so besia abo no adults
ye loopholes a ye betu because
Abakame that dey be anja brofu ya ko besia abo ukwa na 3% kura bubuja ne ya sa billions enjesi ye gold ye diamond ye whatever ye wia na de ni nyina abra ye the interest no ye de abra wom no mo de tia no mo de on the trouble buy wom say Ghana kura we try 10% that is wa ba do wa ma be diska ya bigu ha e de na omo wo uwe UK ifuo yi a e de be na omo wo omo adwi na omo di ho
adwene na nyasa e na omo de ye it me generate revenue from taxation no ne ho ne manema say o first o ko UK extra charges bi a you tua wo visa ho no omo fee say
they haven't forced you to come to their country, have they?
No, but if you go to go
exactly. There, you want to go there. Is anybody forcing you to come here?
But anytime we are decide so be kubiano, ubetuya.
Exactly. So that's their condition. Look, we are not managing anything well. I blame leadership and the people they have around them. The people don't think through solutions to our problems. Oyibo think solution every day of their lives. We joke. Once they give you the post, hey, then you saw Sami Jampi. He's wearing leaning and holding phone. That's the solution. Leaning and wearing phone, holding phone. When you hold phone, you put it in your pocket. But these people are holding the phone like a trophy. Rubbish.
All right. Sami Jampi position and no kita ni phone. So Papa no kita phone, and then you have a problem with that. Why? Meanwhile, boy, you were opposition. Yes, I no kita the phone. I don't no problem.
Okay.
But Oba no kita the house. I didn't know kita man.
All right.
How?
What for Kwame? I know some more bonkomo, right? Na obi question bi a odi aba ben fantu oni na mbobo hu kakra. Na o ka say more or less no or hair settings na ye wona the tie bia no the leaders will find a way to at least squander some of our monies. Now can we at least tell them say omo fa sika ni bi kra na mo fa enkogu enkrofo emanso no sene o ma nkrofo afront kra na omo de abie enwuma ewo o ma Ghana mu at least no misappropriation abamu de name some people at least get something to do na nkoba say omo first kana no ma jana ewo omo pass omo de omo fa omo invest so because the bottom line na Emma Oniano Kasa and say whichever way you want to look at it, you know. You see, when you look at it very well, there is something we call the illusion of control. Whatever that we have, no, would one day be taken away from us and given back to the society. And he armed with this, no, or not saying Casikana Coradios or Mu Yebu said the opposite can be an or Mumpe means Bina when we invest it or money. Oh, now at least, no. People can get something to do out of it. Now the omuni who interest no. Ubi kasa wo who say of akwabe.
No offers money. Who to say or my penny to me time or my sika no there for good Switzerland and now offshore. Wow, share South Crofin. Now you to me just they do it just like that without reaction. Naya crossyensa sa Akufo-Addo wo wie ne service no oti wonu mu na se hu say ne stewardship no problems wo mtie wo say ye try no a why don't we do it because see can say
of akwabe question am busa ye ba bia osade no
dey bi o na say ne nyina ye wo man sika
all right abe
wo man sika
want to ask mama komo why
Yeah, Papa Smiley, you see, of Akwame, what Papa Smiley was asking is why they don't keep the money. You see, we have even been, this particular situation we've been held by Oyibo. Do you understand? They've helped us by implementing the anti-money laundering laws. So if you see during Akufo-Addo's time, you know, people were hiding money in their homes and so on because that anti-money laundering laws were biting. So they could not just move monies around anyhow. So they were forced to keep the money in their homes or use the money, invest the money in real estates. That is why at some point you could see in Ghana, there were people building houses that nobody was occupying. Because they had the money, they can't move it off across borders, they can only keep it in Ghana. It was only Akufo-Addo who was able to circumvent that anti-money laundering laws by appointing Ken Ofori-Atta as finance minister at large. Then he supplanted that with Nana Bediatu. Do you understand? That was a very strategic decision took by Akufo-Addo for his personal gains. Because he selected two people who he gave ambassadors at large. This one, Bediatu, was made ambassador plenipotentiary, crossing borders anyhow. So look, what they did was, Ken Ofori-Atta as a finance minister can move monies on behalf of Ghana from one account to another, from one jurisdiction to another. Bediatu, being a lawyer, will support him to do that. Akufo-Addo was able to circumvent that. But locally, those who never had that authority like Akufo-Addo found it difficult to move monies across borders. But that is what Oyibo did do. The reason why we in Ghana could not enforce that anti-money laundering laws within the country itself is another problem. But then you go to blame the finance ministry and the Bank of Ghana, the governor of Bank of Ghana, because they were supposed to enforce these things. But hey, they were all in the pocket of the so-called leader. Akufo-Addo, when Akufo-Addo was president of Ghana, I think some of you may know, Akufo-Addo was behaving like Kim Il-sung. You know Kim Il-sung? Kim Il-sung was the grandfather of North Korean thing. Do you understand? They were supreme. So when you have a leader who is wicked, no matter what the laws are, they will find a way to circumvent it, like Akufo-Addo did. But locally, or the people who didn't have any political clout, they couldn't move the money around. So that is why some of them pretend as if they were investing in real estate. You know, when NPP time, now we are even seeing, you see, Dubois children, 27 houses at a go. You understand? If there were no anti-money laundering laws, all these houses would have carried the money, come and buy the houses here. But because of the anti-money laundering laws, he had no option than to invest them locally. All of them, that is what they did. And this thing is left to us alone. We cannot even think through any solution. So we are not addressing our problems, both politically and so on. Those people who are saying they are resetting things, I don't think 2 years down the line we will see the rot which come out of them as well. Because so far I don't see them sealing any loopholes. I don't see them implementing any controls. All what we are seeing is noise making. Look, me, what I believe in is that when you have the problem, or when you see the problem, especially managerially or politically and so on, there's no point in coming to tell me we will intensify this. We will, no, do it. But we have the tendency of telling, yeah, we have to increase, we have to do. Increase, you are them. Why did you need to tell us before? Do it. We want to see the results. We don't want to see the promises. But that is how we approach our lives. Somebody having political power, having all the power, is coming to tell you, we will intensify, we will increase. Look, no amount of adjective or intensity of emphasis will solve the problem if you don't do anything. So, Baba Smadi, they invest the money there. They will steal. But those who don't have the political clout, probably they cannot move the money outside like they would. But the problem we have is our political class. Do you understand? They can hide behind the finance minister, the government, the leader of the day can hide behind the finance minister because they will say they are acting on behalf of Ghana. At that level, the anti-money laundering laws will not bite. So if the finance minister and his cronies or the government and his cronies are moving money here and there, of course, they can even tell you that they are transferring monies to the high commissions or the embassies and so on. You know, anti-money laws will not bite at that point. But it can only work if we have the controls, and the controls are being enforced. I was reading a while ago, somebody was suggesting that the Auditor General needed to be removed. I think Asepao, so that Mensa guy, has also proposed that the Auditor General should be removed. I haven't read it, but I don't think that the Auditor General, I don't think he is doing anything extraordinary. Because Domelovo set a very good benchmark. And if we have to use that benchmark, I think this particular Auditor General has not performed. You understand? Our situation is such that we don't want people who promote or walk in the status quo. We want change. and to be getting change from some of these people. Drastic change. And that drastic change is what we are not seeing in this NDC people. It's all talk shop. Anyway. Yeah, I think in the Wafakwame takeover, I could see Wahini is there. And Abet is also there. Hello, Wafakwame. Wafakwame, why are you sleeping?
Overbody. Say also Obi no home. Overbody na wakasa. Wakasa dia me ma Obama so.
Adwen kese.
And your bride na say Ghana yesika sem no. Efiri Akufo Addo bre so de akoye busuasem. Na station so yehu nani so. Yentumi nyi taxes ma enye bibia akoye sumasi. Enti waba onso be kire wadwe bi kra wo display ana say bedroom method be bre ni a bra na Ghana yaye mobo. We can't rule ourselves. We can't manage ourselves.
You Wafakwame.
Yes, sir.
I made the okase tax GGN there woni be position. Say obi ka say yentime nyeje tax a pa Wafakwame eya nipa no ka asem no to ana moja ne tra o ka say yentime nyeje tax a no wa mana de proof aba because kwan ben so ene ye befa hu say yentime nyeje tax ebia at the beginning of the year no budget no ya target say ye pay 10,000 Ghana cedis. At the end of the no ye nya be 4,000. Na say ya short one say what the men fan no say ye nya be 7,000. E no che say e cost be 3 times na ye say bibi wo ba bia ama ya short ye target. But Wafakwame say me pay 10,000. Na at the end of the year no me budget 10,000 as me say me person me jeje. Now at the end of the year I get by 11,000, 12,000, 13,000.
Wow.
Now me say ko jina ba bi ka say me ntimi nje me tax a. Wafakwame na emu oyerom.
What ICD there? Why ICD expectation?
Waka ne brofo no. Eti no ne jeje de ye hia nipa oba ba jeje amaye. Ye hia nipa oba be yusu amaye. Because yenim nyansa ye deje. Yenim nyansa ye di yusu. Ghana ye hia se ebe ade taxes bio and I say yes say die onim fro no ene piano and last me dikan me bu mu baby na e Bible mu se ne na ye nuanom ba ompe Bible asem no me de talent ne ye example no man no okọ no o man nipa talent oba ye no na de onya 2 no o de adwuma nya 4 de onya 3 o de adwuma nya 6 ba ku no onya 1 no ono 1 no kra no so di kura na akire okobo wo siande ba ye so woni ya odikosie eti sa nipa no di asem na Yesu na edi na chino Christopher kwa Abraham nyina ye Christopher amo ha majority uhwa obosomfo no na bia omo ewo the other side ben mo ne bombardie mu nyina eti sa mo sankrofo yi na mo master anase ye nyina aka asema to ni agidi ye frɛ ho Christopher ye ba ye kwa esi ebesi asodan ma Christo no de okɔ siesie ba bi wo soro no ono o se wonte dan ya nipa de ne sasimu ye esi ebesi dan ma no we nyina chi ni akwaba ne ye ka kyerɛ sɛ tax na Ghana fo tuatua ma ye no Wafakwame tax na wote house and this guy ye no nipa no oje ye no wan no kra no wanyusu enti se ye adwuma adenti ne ebesa aka sɛ ese yesa tua tax more no Ghana ehia taxes bi unless say de be man no ye hu so hwɛ common sense no bank kura akɔkɔgye bosia 10,000 na sɛ untua nwie ya project na de koye no sɛ de koye project na abi na ye finance yi What the project no na next time we cost me per 20,000 o project now what the who proposal koye no na fe wa kire omo wo ye no ba bia expand kudru no mama obi menyi ni say uko ji project 10,000 project uko project no atoto apaso want me anye project no sika no so ahye no akọ bank no and a financial no o mama another one no enye possible eti me until say Ghana no me ya no mehu say sika na ye gye no ya yusu ni yie ema paso ne ye physical obi ehu tebia ya ne ye de high example ye si ye so ha mo de tete ye de example be gitum corona otimu no o mo tax enye wo ya wo drive na police ma o fana en how because at the end of the day no wa ho bra na ye de bo ofa kwa me wo de tie no wa ho bra na ye de bo ye mfa ma cha na ani enko eno na mampanyfo no mo gisika na papa smare ka asembi no nipa na sem na oka no ogisika no mfa me invest no Ghana because of say when dwiri mo wadi ne bone odi adi amanfo nti adenti no ba be invest no Ghana say nipa no kura ntimi am ma ne so ameyere na ahwe kura obetwa jato no mu enti empanyfo ni nyina no e leaders no mu di anim no omunya sika na omu de ko brochiri na odi akoto ba bi na wati bia ma omo se mfa mo ho because unimboni a wadi bakwa mejiri se otifie na be 1 month uma no uma akohoma ekom de omo ediko ma me yare oda fie ontimi onya sika nko hospital na ombehwe ompa na se na sika pudo da ho a waji upe apake no ho mende ombefa
but no come the woman no munye den
good but
scan the told you ani so we know
good but say ukoji upe no na wahwe omo obi school fees watwetwa wato aduane omo di a mejiri se osika da santa table so kra na obi amfa eno nti na ehiafo ne wicked people no omo tutu fam ye na na no mo obi mu tutu fam na omo do omo godo ahye wo na odi ne sika akwahye fam owu ana ekọ but tembia ne eka kwasi bro ne bo se bank card ene ne yere nyina e pet because o mani hunu bibia mu eno ma ese wo ye no aye na sade nye kwasi bro ne kura sika fo no sa me ameti hey ebi am bank me ma me yere hu because of say bi am asade menye me de asie enti no me de asie no me pretend say bi am ni sika enti no te bia no accounts me bo pin code kura bia na mtoto mani sana ye ma na tie na eya na no kura ka no eya na e demaye ena minim ade a kwese party ko dwen omodo omwuram me wo ade bi wem me hu ni se eye asodie eye ohawa emanipa nyina ye bre no de menyi twen yadoa nani abrofo ni nyina me belong to saade we enti se ade na omoye na eyew anyew mentime entwe me ho mentime nka so on de tie no eno ne ye problem me wan dis inti se ndisi ba na se wanye kura mentime me ka kura ebeye yi MPP bana oye na me ka ebeye ye ne memfa mfro mu nyina enura ne nani ayi nyina no me ka mahama se be ka mahama but me ko na me tietie news portals no ne normal mahama ye na me frega na bi se normal de gugu kwam no papa no o bom modern ne time na watwa ne de o ye adwuma to be frank o ye adwuma se enkwaginwu ekwam aha na me so me pen say oh ese me bona baso because a normal de gugu kwam a normal de gugu kwam no o ye adwuma me na da
we dey nya party asemo me no kuremu a
papa me dey za wow idea open account ka obusa so wabo nnwuma yi na se ko school ya e ko kire onyansan na ye hu nnwuma ni bi na nka wabusa na wa kire nnwuma ni bi tinka wia no waka wow no o kan se me ya wow
Utumi
me so
bisa.
do yo ba
Utumi
nka fro
bisa.
e be fro pa o yo ba nka fro e be fro
What I'm saying,
e be
Kwabena,
fro
utumi
ro
bisa o. Utumi bisa say ofa buadie. Umumbo dwuma no bi din mientie.
Oh, nyuma mebobɔ na metumi abobɔ nyuma no bebree. Enyuma deɛ sɛ yɛka sɛ obi bɔ adwuma a, menka sɛ wabie adwuma bebree na go, but normal ɔde toto ɔkwan mu no, ɔyɛ adwuma. Even though
Wow.
Chief Justice yi kura ɔde no akɔma Council of State sɛ yɛ adwuma. Ɔfa Kwame yɛ adwuma. Ne nyinaa ɔsanitize system no. Saa green guard yi a ɔmo nkurɔfoɔ yi a ɔmo yɛ ɛyɛ wohwɛ betting taxes ne saa nneɛma na wɔyi levies a wɔyi afuro ne nyinaa yɛ adwuma bɔ.
Wow.
Ɔfa Kwame. Nkurɔfoɔ a wɔate wɔn afiri ministries yi so ne nyinaa yɛ adwuma bɔ. Nneɛma a ɔde agugu kwan mu a sisi a galamsey kura American. Galamsey American the way a ɛnɛ mehwɛ Erastus na metie ne nsɛm. Mahama Nana do deɛ no wamma no akwanya saa but Mahama time no wotie the way a Erastus ankasa n'anum asɛm ɔka na mmoa a aban no de boa no a ɔyɛ adwuma yie sɛ galamsey no ɔmbɛfa kyɛ.
Wɔnyɛ NDC ni deɛ.
Okay. Ebi a sɛnea ɔka deɛ sɛ ɛyɛ MPP time na ɔmo anso na start sɛ yɛtu galamsey ma Nana ɛde ne ɛyi ɛkɔtoo so.
Me say Ghana for no. Ya bom. Either say NDC and I say MPP.
Ofa Kwame metwase. By so MPP ni o so NDC ni o nipa. Wọ́n sɛ amɛsoɔre nkurɔfoɔ yi a ɔmo ɛyɛ amɛsoɔre bɛsi nnɛ yɛnka ho asɛm yi. Papa ne baayɛ sisi a start a yɛ ho adwuma. Wɔn ɛnɛ yi a meka sɛ yi A+ mo ɔmo release ɔmo sɛ ɔmo nkɔ na ɔmo nkɔ boa BNI sisi a na NIV. Wɔn sɛ nneɛma no nyinaa deda kwan mu nketenkete ɛkɔ. N'anim kakra.
Agency ya no mo deɛ volunteers.
Oh, dabi sɛ ɛwɛ no ɛnyɛ yanom nko a amɛsoɔre menyi di sɛ ɔyɛ yanom side ana ɔyɛ ɛyi yawonom side ɔyɛ Ghana ni a odi ne dwuma. Oh, DCC a na ɛyi Mahama bɔ ɔmo din. First no si ɛbɔ DCC no edin a ɛnyɛ government baako nyɛ Akufo-Addo nko Jali John Atames yɛbɔ antɔkwa gidi but ɛnɛ wɔte sɛ ɛda fam din. Nneɛma nketenkete a kyɛ sɛ wɔn ne sɛ ɛyɛ monumental project kɛseɛ bi no ɛno na ɛma ɔman kɔ so no nketenkete na oyiyi firi hɔ na oyɛ wei na ɔde wei to hɔ na ɔde wei to na kwam na ɔyɛ sei ɛno na ɛma ɔman no kɔ so. Dampare issue yi ba yi the way na police foɔ ne amanfoɔ asɔre gidigidi na ɔman anim tension ɛbam yi no firi hɔ na ama tension akɔ fam.
Wow.
Kyɛ sɛ contract wei a Mahama kɔhwɛ a ɔnyɛ ne sɛ Nana Addo deɛ na ɔse kaa kwan wei contract no yɛtwam nti ne yɛyɛ auditing ne bɛba na sika na yɛde yɛ auditing na nkasa koraa aboro contract no so na adeɛ no hwia mfiri mu ama na yɛgya no hɔ kwa na asɛe ɛnoɔma a aban dada no yɛ ne nyinaa ɔmo ɛde ma contractor sika wɔ ho biara no contractor no wotoa so ayɛ ɛwadeɛ ɛne yɛfrɛ no mu enti saa nneɛma wei ne nyinaa no na because of say nipa mepɛ ne ntɛm no sɛnea mepɛ nneɛma ntɛntɛm no enti no ɛduru baabi a na mepɛ sɛ nka ɔrahye no but wɔn ate ase sɛ system no Ghana system no nti sɛ yɛyɛ ha system no
ɛna nti sɛ Burkina deɛ no bi
saa sɛ Burkina deɛ no deɛ 1,000 but ɛha deɛ yɛhɔ deɛ no wokɔ ɔhene anim a ɔde nsa bɛkɔ but ɛha no yɛmfa nsa nkɔ ɔhene anim enti no ɛhɔ system no yɛ different. Ɛnɛ me ne nkurɔfoɔ bɛyɛ 3 na ɛdi nkɔmmɔ no a mokyerɛkyerɛ me nsɛm mu nkurɔfoɔ a mea 2016 menim sɛ ɔmo company tia Mahama even though 2020 kura no ɔmo company tia no still ɔmo so kura no ɔmo ka Mahama ayi ni bi sɛ Mahama no ɔba bɛyɛ dɛ but ɛnɛ wo na ɔmo hyia a kyɛ sɛ wɔn sɛ ɔmo ama at least ahotɔ maa ɛbae kam bi abɔ tension ati aba fam kura
Maame bi ene Kennedy kra onya platform so apacho.
Oh, just say ade ne de wo say memeye nipa me ba ha na me criticize no for galamsey you know say onya ntem gidigidi but o ma me ti ase say wan hwe ne ye so a say the American no obechi wrong people.
Over Kwame, can I ask Mr. Bwedi a question?
Why not?
No, me too.
Okay. Mr. Bwedi, you said Mama is working. Mama is. Can you tell us which of Ghana's problems Mama has solved so far?
And the American be brilliant.
Because
Ghana for boys are almost the 11 year to see when you free.
Yeah, but that's not a problem. What problem? The problem
now. Ghana for baby apple say no on your problem. And your problem now because of say on
UK.
That's any problem man. But Ghana for say no. Omombo say no. Me sure say no on born e Burkina no on Ghana. Abi, the galamsey ya ye kan the way asisi a was start here. What targeted galamsey. Horasi nkokɔ nketinkiti a was start here or implementing nkokɔ nketinkiti. Men nkrofo be 3 o makɔgye tractor o motwe half. Oh. Madafo baako ene ya no frɛ me. O say na you koduru ne container koduru Ghana last month meka ayi o March e could 20th 28th in the 28th no omo 28th no hwɛ sika na obetua na obi man na e sɛ ontwɛn na budget yen ntumi wo se almost say eya at quarter afiri so.
Wow. Quarter next is a 25% writing off.
Can it? Wow. We nyina no ye ade no se se ne system no abi medical ka system na nti se e ha de na system ne da ho dada nti wo ye bibia oye ni intentem se Trump mo de no system ne da ho nti bibia oye bia no o pagya no hwim akanfo nwoma no etredu no nyi mu miensa no ye wo tutie so a won kyentente yo eti obi odasie so no McDan ba kwasi akọ reference despite ne ba na brabo wahase no enye tete bi a me ba na me nua bi ono so tie kura bi ase so na odo aburu kura ma ne ba kolibia me fa ya me ko president ya me twro ayi komo mo a power of attorney na omode visa mo na omode bai ba obi ote ayi na fe no ko sanla we embassy or your application we or bank statement different sanso na despite ban kra na bia onye ni din despite nti okọ America o ma so apa oduru ya okọ apa enti no no money didi so but ye hwe ye area na ye fi no ene no ma papa ne ye no ho sika no moje no sika ne ye gi a nipa no ho kire mo nti ye ntiti bi so frim ye ntiti bi so the first time on my tipper so no last week any menu ama me bo ho wa ha o ma mo ho wa oh enti no to be frank say say oyere na ho ye hia mo Oliver Twist but no man was starting and kitinkiti say no me manage say ko ba na boom me ye we ya bema normal ayen basa but and then common fund kra no na enko common fund at last part of the 9 months na enko da yeah by budget ya club bibia afim MPC no kra ni age DCC ni age assembly man for any aje. Of a crime, could you believe say assembly man for your approval more a bit more 1,002 per month? Almost a year, Juma. Oh, Obi
My
better
wife be a
parliament.
committee chair my own. Ono so ye be obey be a dia kere asem papa.
Committee Otomaya 2020 and the committee for the is here
Ah,
do assembly man for no. So na
so
boy no do assembly anka yenso ye the committee.
ah,
Nti esi ano adu assembly man for so say 2028 ye ba na committee for no. Ya to amomo na che
ya
say
to bia mo mo.
e de bia amomo. Nti ofa kwame so far so good. Oma no ekoye.
Ofa bwedi enra obebo mama chi say afi the slow motion ya na oko hunu so. Ye nim dia ko happen ye. Eno oba ye a eyi mama ne ebo na betri so yi.
Dabi o say me no ade no
Ọfàṣẹ mu onye òun àti àṣẹṣẹ nnẹ n'obi abẹ́ka kyerɛ sɛ adeɛ nyɛ nnrɛ o ɛnɛ ɔbaa na wabɛka kyerɛ so far so good na wabɛhyɛ da aka kyerɛ sɛ o me deɛ ɔyɛ a mɛbɔ n'akyi na wabɛkeka nsɛm
ma mo
na
ntwe
ɛsɛ
sema
o me deɛ meyɛ sɛ meka ne sɛ ɛnɛ sɛ me deɛ madwene yɛ adwuma sɛ mɛbɔ mahama akyi no masana aka kyerɛ sɛ
baba
madamfo
oto
wotɔ gu ne fie gu mu
me
ne nyina kɔkɔhyɛ baako no mu ama adeɛ no ɛnyɛ a na ɛnyɛ ɔba yɛnhwɛ maame no ne yɛnwe maame no ho maame ne nkwa na ɛsɛ sɛ ɛhia yɛn wei mahama ma mu deɛ
ɛhɔ na mo de
ɛno
kofa
nhia
mo de kofa
mahama
maame ne sai ɛna me me kyerɛ sɛ ye leaders ne deɛ obi
maame
a
ne nkwa
baba
na
bu
ehia yɛn wei nsɛm a wɔn ka nyinaa nya yi wogya afɔ ayɛ sɛ
Papa
atikuleta tae na wodi n'anim
kanokwe
ayom ha
Patrice yesi asofufu bi kre bompa yesi de be ya
o
ba
ɔmo de nkwasi asɛm na ɛyɛ ɔmo dɛ beti america ha yi mi hu sɛ
Ọba
trump ba
Kwame
yi
sɛ obiara
asɔfoɔ
tumi kasa ana.
o bre wa o person okasa ba o
na
fa
sɛ
family hu se o person okasa why
kyɛ sɛ
Ọba
adeɛ
abɔnten
a
na
na
mebisa wo mesi
bere
obiara
wa
tumi kasa mu ana.
bere wa
Obiara tumi
ɔmpɛ sɛ
kasa
ɔbɛti
nyinaa.
akyerɛ
Ọba
sɛ
Abraham Baamo
meyɛ
bɛkasa no nobody invited him.
ti asɛm yi maka kyerɛ several times mɛ sɛ me no me post baako hɔ no sɛ ɛwɔ ayi wo afa ayi pamplonafo yi ba yi korɔ ɔmo akyɛ mímí otumi akyɛ
Ah,
ɔfɛ kwame sɛ
dabi
pamplona fo akyɛ
una
wobɛtumi atua
sɛ
Ọba
ona
Kwame
manage
n'aso ba
time
wontumi mma mu mmɛkasa.
sɛ wonim wahu wonim
Woba ha
oh
bɛkasa te sɛ deɛ wo fam aka bi no. Na mebisa sɛ no yɛgya mu ana.
o bre wa o person okasa na
ɔfa kwa ma me
Oh,
fama no nsi ma fama
Ọba
no
Kwame
nsi
sɛ
aha
obi kasa
ma
me kasa.
fama ɔhu kwabra na yi no ɛte sɛ Ghana mpanyinfoɔ no no ɔno no mmara no nkye no ɔmo yɛ mmara no a wɔhu na ideology no ɔmo yɛ mmara no ɔmo yɛ ma aseɛfoɔ no but ɔmo te hɔ soro no deɛ kora ebi na nnura na me ne ɔmo ka no maame ne deɛ no hospitals no ne kaa kwan ne nneɛma a ɔmo yɛ nyinaa no ɔmo yɛ ne sɛ yɛn timamufoɔ no ɔmo yɛ ama yɛ but ɔmo deɛ yɛ special sɛ hospital no ɔnka ho bi nti sɛ China ni de expiring drugs na bɛba o ɛdeɛ na ɛde bɛba o ɔnfa ho ɔkufo ado baeɛ no hospital no nyinaa no yɛde sɛ o ɔmo aka nti ne saa kwa yɛka se sɛ wokɔhwɛ mu a weidi amanfoɔ se menhyɛ da menyɛ ayi sɛ nɔkora na ɛnyɛ nɔkora ɔmo se wokɔ hɔ a aduro papa bi akora ni hɔ ɛna maame no koraa nso na according to national security no gyama Ghanafoɔ no nkurɔfoɔ yi yɛanomfoɔ yi bi nyana nka ɔmo bɛbɔ no paneɛ bɔne nti na ɔmo yi ne firi abata ne ɛmɛ no tumi menye ntom sɛ ɛsɛ yɛ mpanyinfoɔ yare a ɔmo na ɔmo kɔ aburokyire ɛno na ɛnora a ɔfa kwame na meka ho asɛm a wo nso adwemmɔne nti na wahyɛ da ɛde mekɔ akɔhyɛ ɛyi sɛ mese mahama mamuo no ɛnyɛ meme sɛ ɔnka ne ho ɛno ɔma no bi wɔ hɔ ɔnka ne ho sɛneɛ mentumi nka sɛ ne nyinaa yɛ perfect
mama be ka na ho ene wa be dia dance ye se o ka na ho
ɔbɔ adwuma but ɔnka ne ho
wai
saa na mpɛtrɛ
enche wo wa hin be banti o wa hin ba ene obe oro so be ka se no kure ni fra mama o friend
yonti
o ya wo di bi o de friend no say
aba bio
abebio abebio bojuma enti brenwa so o bibi ka bright na be kana fe ye ma wo wa hin mra
Ọba na mekasa fa sɛ mmara no a yɛahyɛ no ɛyɛ ama mo ma ɛnyɛ sɛ yɛnam ahyɛ ama yɛ ɛsɛ odi obiara sɛ ɔmfiri obi a ɔntumi mma mu ɛno deɛ but sɛ adwuma no bi ne sɛ nipa no obɛtumi at your nas to offer wakasache any idea fine no there no problem
Anyway,
over
almost over Kwame ekuta mic no a. Person kasa. Ye bibi ma ofa Kwame hu se o person kasa. Why?
but metro so de enya boma obibi
Mm.
ya no ye kasa na mo bu funu mo.
well and say over Ghana they pay you there is no way for any single person say Ghana any there obi any hwa ye dwene sa ma no not even say me say Mahama or no ye nyame but oba ye ohwe nwuma o ye no a na obi si me hu ya na abebisa ubisa ajabuadi for adwuma bɛn na John Mahama ayɛ no so far the end solution at the end na watumi asort
Evidence.
well ade baako no sɛ wobisa saa no a yɛwɔ hatred questions binom a wotan obi a
Kai.
nipa no wotan no a you are there to challenge them say deɛ wayɛ no no matter what kora nipa no bɛma wo sɛ wayɛ wei no wo no deɛ wohu sɛ saa de no sua ma wo sɛ saa nipa no ɛsɛ sɛ
Na
nkasa bɛ ni
enye time na ye objective question so eze.
there is no way a objective question be free your friend is a hɔ aba friend saying obi a ɔyɛ ɔtan wo wahu da bia no obi sɛ o question a lead to say wo no deɛ ɔno wa ma wo sɛ woyɛ ni utimi nya ade na woyɛ no nti no there is no way ɔno obi sɛ o question bi sɛ ayo o da bia no the question no
ye attack o argument nti wo ka se ogura we sabi gemfi se bia obeye storekeeper obehwe gold no so na eja o ma hwehwe kwani a
imagine of akra wa bo ame hwe Ghana no eda for no over the preach say and the kimi ama nkokrafo ye de ama nkokrafo na John Mahama say ye fa mamrante mabunu ye de mamrante so a munti bi da ye nza fa
mamrante so a and the experience no mo wo
experience so me ma me no kan say bi o si ye ntu dombo e wo apotoyiwam so woni mre no a friend sa no mre no a aha me ma me asema no ka o si ye ntu no wo apotoyiwam ye tu no wo from there
abeda
right and sa your friend is no experience na ya mo bisa no omunya no adwumam anybody who is willing to work bia no oye adwuma no a obenya experience no was adwuma no oye no there is no way why adwuma no ya fanko ya experiment
eka experience ko ade a say nka Obama ko onye president do
ko onye president da we opori atakura da bia bibisa be bibisa no pe no wa address question no bibisa na say abi ofori ata na dia experience pa na nka muhia ma no ansa no go why
ofori ata dia pa no because we am perform
Ofatie, ofa question na mibisa no, mibisa be say, e dia experience na nanko furiata hia, ansa na waye best economist, finance minister. Because now waye juma for papa we be na tifi adru, waye juma yo no ane bank. Aye so many friends financial institutions a edimpon waye juma.
Your friend data bank. Your friend is saying stock market data bank data bank
it is as akwa we ye finance minister ama ye ho kire ye duru say esese ye call IMF but your friend is saying tekpe finance minister Ghana was fantastic but owie they lead us into IMF so man we no doesn't need any experience extraordinary experience bi o collective way management of how your funds no musi manage no any how about collective Baumia ya so ye hwan wa ya adwuma wo he Bank of Ghana ni nyina boy amfa enti no say ko for obi
driver ansa
panyi bi say me wo experience nemom experience am me won say this time no we will go for young ones omo aye kan say mo mbetie ofori ata ye no mu minister bia. Do you think say at forcing obey the secretary ministers no yes for that okwo na nimo obepam mo enti no
na over na president
enti wo ha se ade ne de Ghana hia eya ahobrase a nipa betie nipa de onim chen no na ono so ama ne because you bia na wo sa skills no open ministerial appointment you bia na o ma ne so nko ye adwuma o finance minister enti no se adofo se na tia no na ohunu se simasi abe minim no we UK tem bi atwam abe kra me convey me invite no into this ade a me yi na ono nim so onya ade a he will definitely find somebody who knows better than him. And no na yedi ye adwuma and you part of experience any hard working people at the be America abise mentiati. And he said what time people be say on to me no. Ono kura oye ne papa kura na wo hu ne papa because wo no one set standard bi a wo fi say ne ye papa but anything bi as any pa no offer you know because so ye hwehwe ade afiri obi ho a based on the ye wo ene yedi ye friend so limit you based on Ghana untimi compare Ghana to UK in any case you can't nimdia UK for wo any meretenti on ma practice sa ade no mo ye no ho no ezo UK kura no in fact UK ho na menama ofru trainer ko ha na o data your friends internet na free phone no so UK more poor network internet but and I'm the Hoya Britain, no, yeah, they ye ni yabu ni aguso. One of the
zone there, we internet will be people.
No. Empapa. With Udru France, Empapa, Udru Germany, Empapa, Udru Germany, yeah, you want is always Spain here, Empapa, yeah. You can
island, island.
Fruit trainer, Unam Bridge as you network be free here. Is one of the and me pada me say almost from advance no almost start almost that so war near man kitikiti bi system no mu still ni nyina no aban no so ntimi no to the extent say bibia ye perfect wo ho eti aban wa about 3 months here all those say we imagine say o me ya de papa mpo na unya hu so wo ya de bone a don't try to go there the bia say ono no waka zo nya de nti onya de what the cat
Jabio anything owura ato 40 no
yeah
wonya 8 years period bi a so kosua ade a akosua nti ato 40 of today no men fanning back to 8 years echi no ho
ta pepe
na wo ba yen so af onya 3 months kra nti o jeje no say aso person oba yi edi en waye a office nsikwemu
so far offer watena say adwene hu say Ghana no e-levy she de memi city ase fa no sa no no so ti ase eye kro no bo nti wo ye firi ho afei so no niema te say ECD sika no ma akika kekam ne ka ye bobbo ne sika ehwie gu enyunu gu no eno na ese ye pesu ye di akiri na ye nsa ken no na yetimi put things in place tax bebre no kura ye adwene ho no ye nwene no ho na tax kakra no mo je no kura se ni na ba ne coffers mu a en castella ye benya sika amanfo a omo to gold no omo di gold no fadan ya chi koton no ye no ye be ye den ye be ye gold board ebe control sade no na gold no nyina beba
na mo ba ye gold no munya bi
ya gold board sisi ya na ya part law no sisi ya na gold board no eba existence abe ye adwuma start na adwuma full capacity eti sa gold board no se start adwuma royalties ya Ghana de ne dada no sisi ni nyina no befa gold board for ho your friend say one case of gold no mpo what for opesa okoton no it say gold board for hu ne dodo ene dodo esi nya free mu gold board no be control percentage is abanya no you be hunu say ampa this percentage no effect and purpose so hu enti no
no there were gold board no omo build research omo dia anything and one say e o say hu gold dodo na fe kwana obefa so a taxation was the
ade no nyina gold no nyina no sese ya no obi amfa gold nkwa brutiri bi wa de potin ya ato force mo ye ne say gold no de ye no ye be build ne for reserve ha na bruni no be ba beto no so wahu ha nti oba for the dollar ne beba ti o the dollar no be ba kurum ha na oba beto no na ye nya dollars bebre instead of say individuals no ti aban beto gold no na waba your friends no aban ti said ya okoje syndicated loan de beto koko no ha almost the same as this nti no si ye hu omo to no a sika ni nyina beba ye kurom ha beba abedi Ghana aban ho ansa na wo no gold no aban na ato afiri wo nso ho nti ba na ofiri abonten ba no ye wo no ne na equation tintan bia ne mo ba beto no world market price se no to no obi afiri obi a ho no ete de be ya wa wo fam for den ya chinkokoko enkoko de wa nkoton no ho because e bia e ho price ye chen ha na ade enti no ebe boa ama ye stabilize cd no so kakra se e ba ne sa enti gold board no nya de bone e bia ena sami jamfi amanfo bone din to mo ani asi so no wo mo ma ye nhwe ne ma say sami jamfi just one person no
but o expensive o Sami Gyamfi ne ye no nko no
Ofa so o say nkomo no fa nkomo bi wa fa madi ofa oye young guy oye young man a wasi so obone bra nti wa ware na yire na ide ho fa na ono az ne ho fa eno ye omo asem ono de hwan na empese obewo ba ma na drusa
koya
nemo
mitimu eno obebi ntina revolution ba France ya
aha
nti ukofo ba
nti
we yes special na gold yi ekutamu that's it hey asemu anyway and the
nti
story
ofa
about ne say Trump
aha
was destabilizing stock market into gold pem soro she said sika ekosro pa the gold also muni
ena
reserve
ena ye ka na ye ya ban na hu say gold no a yitu no wo ma no ya sa ase no kwa na e show say ya say no but gold ba no de ye nhu bi so wahu sika no ade a eda de say ye tu gold wo Ghana na say ya say ye nsa ase no nyina na mom sika ba no de ye nhu bi nti no ye nye gold board na gold board in control gold nyina wo manem I think say ye adwena e kwa chiri nipa bebre asabi enye or tiny your friends and as a medium via didn't ato no doesn't mean that some medium fin kuana or take a decision will good no that be omo your board or woman or more body phobias will munim di a woman
mama sister shembi
anybody be or shema or feti biano yet a can't know a Ghana ni it you know even se Ghana von kwa put me when yard an echo employ Bruni Beshima I don't think they a bad idea said a beya adeno ni pimpem so de ye dwene fa ho ye objective for another your friend is saying outcome no said ye person ye nya no ebeye sa no and then they very important so and it is not about say sami jamfi ne da no ntino nkrofo bi timi tena tv so ka say sami jamfi kra o de gold beto on sakra na no me say angel group of companies abe pacha on say
let's show unyampone homeso na o wa hin so make bi because o wa hin baby o no o manu mu ayedin it o wa hin so to make mami mi o na mi wusa obama so why
for what man what mama me point
oh any close no intentem we na o wa hin mra
over the American say me ba ha na me can tax asem me ma sem ne say tax anybody be or ton bibi a ton bia na unya income free mo esa ban gibi nti say condom na wo ton na ban the tax to condom so enye bone so wo de sika kwa ma no ne transaction na ban jew ho tax a because wo de sika free ye man no ma kwa abrochire no wo de sika kwa Ghana ye jew tax nti say Ghana ban so ye the same from Ghana to abrochire wo say maintain bi da obi a ye finance ye o pese say the business na mo ya ye ma wo kwan ma fo sika no mbra abrochire ana wo nye sa transaction without paying tax to the Ghana government na ne wo be ye adwuma ye ma mi ya nse da nye o tax papa bia
mensa wo true na
na wo ye no na
wa
se
mi
ye ma kwan
no sa question ba ko na
e ma kwan na so wi
makachrom sa asem we say moka bruchi atama America ha yen tulu tumfa ma Europe ko na tulu to de ba ha ndi ana moka bruchi na me transfer ka ko Ghana mi ntua ska bia ndi tax bia wo ndi ana o ke ka sense na
na mo dia bruchini ta maka say bi after Spain ha what I say enti no I am
o transfer sika ben na won pia sika bia sika ben na o transfer a won pia tax
o say o buy o say tio o say o transfer sika edi ba edi ko Ghana utua tax o ndi ma say me wa say na me transfer 2000 akọ Ghana betua tax o
wait tax also yes
mentua tax bia o
mentua tax also when they war Ghana even San California you from saying like omo ye tap center nyina no oba obeka ajira o say oh sika no NCDs na yeje but omo no one tax ni na free munti na omo sa sika nyina no ewo so no nti electronic transaction na wo ye obi atua tax wo ha untimi vertical free America say
I hope me pacho to we the mesel so akwese wakoto ade no waji receipt ni achoze bia ile bia wo so yesi we wo so yesi so ka chem me transfer $100 akọ Ghana na $100 na me transfer no any exchange rate na wo ni na me transfer ko na me tua me $100 pepe na me tua bia 110 say bia akọ transfer before now uko send Western Union any idea bia tua $100 no yet be at $16 $8 can one as a day count. Something of it.
No, and yes, I net here, and yes, I net here.
Okay, the tax now, I want to know. Tax now also not be true. I said, my $700. Okay, but that one we expect on their high baby, the best which
now, oh, yeah, Duma, what did you Ghana for you know, see card the Kogana? No, the agents need to the whole tax. Me, for instance, me tax ya. Me returning every year biano. There me and say me a quota. Enti abano Jimmy VAT.
I would mess it. I will be high. Ye mount 1099. Obi can Uber driver. Any other almost tax from 1099. On your tax be on Nejumano. By the end of the year, no, or quality taxa, no, trying to tax a woman. Me person me who say what me send this kind me tua tax or me say be me send here no be 2000 na me send here no and one here what say they hide be better what tell me na me who be here wo
interest rate no company no na fix ma wo no na fix it
that's and Abraham one of our catch on what we so who ni ma no
the interest rate of Ghana, because interest rate of Ghana, be at the bank rate, any forage brew near the Indian any 2 months. If be a tap and the cry rate, you know, bigger than Sani organ and Indian. It don't have a catch him, say, yes. The tax I live with an interest rate. As a man,
no, Sicano
interest rate. I said, exchange rate.
Exchange rate now will come once a month. Maybe the same was sending me $100, $200, but $200. Yet printing receipt, man. There's no way I can tell me say, Metia tax or if you are the same amount of $200 now, make me do Ghana and me do airport one. You better say, $15, 10 pesos. Time to a woman no.
Me no enam say me tua sa yi no ohwe taxi meter no ebo taxi no ma account sika no ohwe nche ho obe say ya twere 10% but nipa no ofro ka no the taxi no ma ka ye no watua e kire say me no a me ye taxi driver no tax no me file ma ban no tax that 10% ni nyina shim nti na taxi no account o sa sika no enti no sa akofo na wo send sika wo mo ho no they will pay sa tax no now edi na omodi sa sika no koye wo Ghana omo na nim de enti omo hia wo sika na sa enti so ko na exchange rate no ye 10 wo Ghana no no be ye ne de 11 na ono ne pesa ade no
this might be simple of a say come to we moditan nyabotre o kasa na too much you have to sit down and listen to opinions and ideas that's how you motivate stuff you don't
compete with the people.
Na
As a
kwabra se mo kura no
okay.
kwabra se mo munim se America for send this guy wa America kura ye nye ohwe from America to Ghana ye nye ohwe na me dey go through manum no o se me beji 11 wo ya we say America
Asama
kura
na
bo
oka me better me twen wadwen ni aso. I know dem fa ho. Taxes be
ever ho
you
say
ha say. No, listen to
obi
this.
wo
Listen
ha
to this.
kura o
No,
di
no, no.
500 o
See,
di
see,
tra
see.
boda kura ko no ya nye hwe na wo
Yeah.
de mi krom ho ma
I,
ye
I don't, I,
transaction
I
ke
don't know.
no se me je ho
I don't know.
tax
I don't know. I don't know. Don't have nothing to do with what I'm not can. It's. Well, I know. Yeah,
it
you're
has
very
so
simple.
many
It's
to
just
do so much to do kwabra
let me tell you something. Me say they have to do this. If you have taxes, me say yeah has a be a homeowners association. HOA kura when you ultimately lose so dan. They need the same. I didn't be organ why you just say can be over. And you don't bring that as no was it. And now yes, and yema a be how we meet me lose the property another then and also ni Ghana. Say be a member hand be a bit you mortgage. Mortgage na be you also change HOA. Ne yɛ mantua HOA ne to a center etimi gye dan ne fi mi nsɛm sɛ mantua HOA ti no saa mbla no ni bi wɔ Ghana hɔ nti don't compare nneɛma bi ne ade sɛ yɛgye wɔ ha ne yɛanye wɔ ha don't bring that mo na mo de saa argument no ba don't compare saa nneɛma no
David, maybe be
nea
sound
mepɛ
say
sɛ meka kyerɛ wɔ ne sɛ
the
ebi
womb
a
better
MTN a
say.
wotɛn ne sika kɔ no listen to this look my friend MTN a wode ɛfrɛ ne sɛn sika ne kɔ akɔma no no
Na kwa
ebi
bra wan
MTN
invite wa no ayedin. Obi afre
oh
so. Maye kasa.
me bisa kwan na me bɛ sɛ deɛ wode yɛ a woyɛ yɛ bi a ne saa na meyɛ bi ne na ayɛ sɛ bi Ukraine. Who's that? Who's that? When you have to draw a gold board, then your money anymore. MVP
Yeah.
also be arm. Say, can you move MVP for the cast of Mukaseti gold board? Yeah. Come on, you want demonstration, sir. 100 million.
David, but I'm into
Who's
the
that
India.
MVP number good? Oh, no, they don't have time for Sanya Manu. They don't have time for Sanya Manu.
Mamentro the India. Hey, mono money ideas ya ye dey implement ya the papa bia. It is
Ideas.
yeah no mo tietire mo hwe
Ideas.
o hwe
Then
the
they don't have time
magnitude
for
of it no kra.
they
O
don't
mo
have
se na
di akonyaba
Momo ura
ọwọ
ahiri
ahịa
kasa
kasa
ọfa
bi
mo
wà
ura
nípa
ahiri kasa kwa bra de ka wasem ma owie a no ura ahiri aba me ma wie
ọwọ ahịa wabrẹ ọwọ ahịa bẹẹbi ewo nti sọ ọpẹ sọ ọba ọfa kwami mẹhu sẹ.
ọwọ ahịrị asan baby you.
Ni second term ni.
Sẹ́ni ẹni wàá yà baby you.
Ọbẹka baby ohun asẹm ti mu nya no no nkasa.
Ọba kwami ẹnẹ mi nkasa yo.
Wara he kwabra ya ija itro yi o kwabra ija itro yi a wo kike.
Ọ̀gá mi dẹ̀bi o,
Ọwọ́ àyíká
ọsọ ọkọ àánú àbá, ọsọ ọkọ àánú àbá, ọsọ ọkọ àánú àbá ní nígbà dẹ ọkọ àbá bí mu àná sáà nà mi kàn mí ká sọ wà bẹ́ kásá. Ọsọ ọkọ àánú àbá ọkọ àánú àbá.
Ọwọ́ àyíká ẹ̀dí ẹ̀kọ́ sọ ẹ̀nẹ́ yẹn amani ẹni sẹ́ Ghana taxation no yẹntumi hu Atamils kura wọ́n yẹ professor of taxation kura wọ́n tumi àrẹ̀fọ́mù no papa biara ma sisi nkurọ̀fọ́ fa wọ́n mu di. Carpenter for you who can hear a tax or more. Zane basin near a woman to ties construction work. I'm a crofos was half a bit. Who sit there now? I'll copy paint no home. Stop work. Come now, why you bizarre? What I know, one is stop work. No more found.
Number put that at the Bibuano, almost give me 110,000 cities are now.
Oh,
There will be a pocket and kitchen. This can go to a man, you will find a man trap by my oh, you hear quite about.
Oh, Koyangu Konkwa, any mamma or Bebo Bissia crack home. Eti owahi beton bi my Ghana eni ehunu ye ho ano no
ene nwumrei mini masimi titi me pa so panyi be na kasa no
we be yi ya friend say bi ne wa ne kwabna ne di si animu
kwabna de bi ni ne mini kwabna de bi ni ne
bi ne wa yi NDC chapter e wo Madrid ya friend Nana Brenwa
Nana Brewa ensemo kanu emu hwam.
Ye kan abebio supporter na aba no.
They say na biri ho a gusua na hyehyɛ wo nsɛm na kwan a wofo wo hyehyɛ wo nsɛm no ɛma wo nsɛm no ɛyihwam na obiara nya botre so wo tie a akwakoye sɛ yɛde twerɛ sɛm na to no ne yɛ kenkan adigunta me kan decide sɛ ɔman ne yɛ pɛ ne yie na si enya enuanu bi kasa ne sɛ ya sɛ ye free platform yi so na ija platform yi to media yi so a ɛbɛma wɔn mo a ɔman ntimi amaso bi no ɛkɔ so mu tie a ɔmbɛnya abotre etime tie program na kuwie enam sɛ ensɛm bi piepie nimdie bi enkyekye piepie
ɛwɔ Ghana na
ɛwɔ platform yi so a
okay
ɛwɔ abranti bi wɔ Madrid ayɛ friend Benewa ɛde to Ghana fo nyina anim enti no Benewa ne kwan sɛ ɔbɛkwa me de bia me bɛka yɛ sɛ ade nya kɔsɛi na yɛ de hyɛ wo nsa sɛ tenra ɔbɛkwa me
wanya wɔ bubu no
wotie ade nya kɔsɛi na yɛ de hyɛ wo nsa sɛ ɔbɛkwa me wotoɔ no wotoɔ yi na wohwɛ sɛ awusua panyin na wofie ni tutue ne hyehyɛ nyinaa ya emfa bibie ma busua no mu na de bia no awusua panyin tutue enye papa wohwa eni panyin na busua nyinaa ni koma nyinaa dum nya hwa ma de na se abakwa me ye de abusua panyin be hya wo sesisi ya na ebeye asudie amaw obehia emrantire mo busua no mu no emrantie a omodu sukọ ewo sebia mo pepe se abusua no ebetuma se gina na so bi enye da baako ene nya na bienu enu ntina me ntimi nka bebre na me de mani atofo mu a bre na emfie nwotwe ne fie nya mfie nwotwe nkura efiri mahama bre no so na wo so bia na wote so na ofiri so a eni nachi ekonachi biem eni bre ya bra babedu sesia abebi asa babiem no because wabada and was a baby, and I will a baby. Aha.
I'm a baby, what be praying.
Yes, Mammy can so, yes, Mammy make up. And I need another view, and maybe was in his vacation. And maybe I was his vacation. So we are dinner a year, depending swap. And walk quiet a fossil, a castle in Joshua, a sanity. Ewiase se wo ya de se mo abuchiri se mo abuchiri amo abuchiri ya yakopon to mo ye madwuma mo kona mo ba eni sa no mo yi kakra na ebia ewom na waba na ebia wo fasefo ba ko menu mensa bi wo be t-shirt menu ebia trainers ba ko den ebia wo ko schools wo ba o province ma nko to mo na wo so wo fase standard na ko no ko so sama wo fase no se won o kasa wani mu a e wo se di osifa no kasa bu ani tututu ma edema wo salete salete enti ma kasa wo ahene eye bibi no bibi me nya hwe enam se di open enura bi na okọ tena ase na Ghana fo e woni die mu no se yen santo obama no oba no fam ya ahoma so won fam be ye enam ma no mato ma me nti no se ya na se me de wo ade ba me wo bonyo ba akopɛ maybe bonny me ba kope and the bon ho no de mabeka ka we ma mi wi a won hwe a be bio no mesa increase no ma no eh bonny ba kope and the bon ho and no
mesa promote no eza na wo se kwabna na bufu
oh dabi kwabna kwabna we ndifo nyansafo ature sense asma mi kai se me nka asem enfantwi obi amfan didi obi atem eye se de eche na me ka no se nana ado don kwakufo no na mamu obebu yi a Ghana fo kasa ye ya wono kra within the party in Ukraine. Now, one will be a cousin in the end in the moon to be a wood to and one. Said what we say is a walk car, and it just be a wood tiny pananas on penny panassim, and you even way when in your home. And I will present cat, Sergeant or young bit my boy. And you know, Major Community, the Americans, mean can't ember.
When the party sorry, so Nanado, we will be a.
And the day, say, Gonna form my own me. Say, fa, Janet, and no more said, yeah, we're gonna, and Mamma, you been just Sujina Kebapa from BCC. Not Kebekasa, nay, some day at the Binoa, a big Cayenne. That's our time on ye, Bisa. Satire, Nanka, you say, be a qua, Nanka. And can you not bet me up, come up, Panny, and you did the ditchery. I'm not if it. Since you are penny, Muhammad in the party by. Said no bit Mr. San 10 Kurana. Ghana phone said, open Muhammad. War, or you be a dead dear. A ye, a more mile. A yanka. So we did and fear me and someone here, but there was a car. And in the no also war ye, and in the near special war ye, not the young who said. Was lucky to the extent to say the progress no and Ghana for any and no dear. Send your banner at the yenim. You better who able to ban ama who are. But for now, the said they are so for we can say 2028. Momo make a sasa no distractive be never they be the trouble we the gym when 10 minutes gym said you bit me no win. You bit me no win ama Ghana ni here. Said you bit me 5-0 and in here. Say the bit of 2-3-0.
You're born or child.
I don't make sure. No, you know, overcoming. Say the chase is here. You say, corner a quiet. And maybe no, not a but a quiet and the edge baby. Yatuaba and no me chassis and to 3 chassis ba
resetting
a setting in resetting a setting in of a Kwame and you say you know maybe things the same you say and not easy me can say there be me cancer you know gonna food do na say and not easy but if you know
24-hour economy no enye easy on.
Maybe just say 24-hour economy no wakaye no of Kwame. Hwe amamu no enye se wakaye na wuko mo na wukotu ho na mo. Dabi. Eye entutu ni hihye bi a eye post bi so sisi. So what sisi post ni na wie kura no. Na enya granting. Na entimi ankoso. Na the next government every post ni good and also be shift post ni bi kura amana ye adwuma wa hyase and no be na Akufo do ye be ka bi to say free SHC and we gigine mo bae no and otu ho na mo e bi ko bi opanyini bi bae yesu no wo so otrase no wa hwede ehin na atosini ehin na obetudi aka apija no den say nina na ekuyeni
one track
so let me say no
and I'm saying what the one track ba
what's what the one track neighbor no when you do one track in you be say kim no who say eh dey ye ko afekwa na ye guso ye dey ye kro na nye say bi o sha ase no one track no ka no eno kro be yafo enyafo eno so mu akire eno so hu sem ewo akire enti no se de wono ka se eba no also otimi trase woni ni panyifo edu so do so mu se ye ni bai sen ehif na kusi hifa na de kusi hifa aduane na ekọ ne sen best sen ye be ni jinsi
yani
so enti no ayesa na tie ayes enti ye be ni kakranka a che se ya mi amiti hai mani baji papa
wow
mi amiti mani baji papa amanfo beba ekro we se when you beji because one no no any city a who no ma isifate no wo ba ha no mu a I said the as wo ba betra bola so I say oba no betra I say oba en bibia nya bibia nya bibi ene sa de no eye amamuo eye awudie mu amamu a ye kandifo ene won ma ye to oba ma mate omati aso da no awudie mu amamu ombebu ye no ena me bedu ba bi edu sesi na say yes sa no o come say yes sa no yes sa no ni say ababi asa ababi mo say yes sa no ye tanechi din sa no what yes sa no ani tin enta na chi enam say oba ye no said your can in seven or person to tunica crack and then away go to one more. Entino, maybe I mean can who be brave. Mean can who be brave. Open your man in the hole. Ghana for women for Akumapa, any papanetti. When you're a town for where young Cassa, oh, where young Cassa, your penny. Where young Cassa, your offer. Young Cassa Yelana. It is a dream. Papa won't team with my yama, dear. And what's it gonna put me dream pass a year Dubai or Hineno? When you dream pa, the crewman in your dream pa eternity, or turn a mobile within it. Yet Yano Gana Hanum. And no be in the when you close. African country guy, 34 years guy, or you be more papa when you crew me. Yes, for any of your video Nibia. Say Tory or something like that. Ibrahim. Wo you be when you come one. Ekromani nyina nya komawapa edi diabranti yechi se empuntuo ene nkoso de bekuo no ayefe ama ewiase fa na enipa bi asase e ka ho asem enso wode nsaye ba na ade ntre ye tiga na hanom no obi ti krowe ya fo yo mampanyi gana ni prekope same sejata a e gana ni prekope na yedi ahinie no asenensa o mana hinie asenensa no wo ya de a na ye pese faith se kansem akwese aduane efe kokonte Ghana fo nim se kokonte ade papa aduane papa but enam se ye pese gu kokonte anim aseni nti no kokonte ya de bia wudi a ya bone subo akana se adna ko se be bia wo se nipa ko hunu se aduane esi wo wudi kokonte ye de ko shekona na edi because ade papa no ya toatwe yes here for aduane yes here for aduane onu nko a de kokonte enu nko de lapewa enu ntie black lakatus enu de enu hu di bebrebe esu aduane papa yes oba you operational eye oba you operational aduane recommend man say sa aduane no enu wo so di before we call said you must pay your concontino. Yeah, mentiasia because entino maybe dear. I give out and on fancy. And no maybe you cost woman, and no maybe you cost woman more. And no idea about qua. With me see on them say, Kimwa, the moment never quit any mamma. Your friend is saying, your friend Kevin Taylor. Why you born? Aba boy this no abranti no friend Kevin Taylor no obey bonyo kese episode ni gwase ebetare endis no ade function in sama function so Ghana say ene wona wo kam de binim yes we wa be pie Ghana yo enti ade ye bonyo no won hwe endis company fo Biniwa so wo kwan bia nya konya bia woni mpanifo ni bi kasa mo treatment brantie no because enumebu wo ka aye wonim se wo ka edetia wo ono ankasa ni nkof eni gwase kasa eni twitwi empapamu kasa awode betu atenie de number 1 o be ba so say atenie de onto sabe oh enye overgwame de tene say the tennis advantage no won say obeya magana ahwere ade papa enta me kan obeya magana ahwere ade papa gana before de befuo e ma won hwe ade party no panyi eye nyina mu no ye ko ye mba ko ye be ye hu say akwa say ye ba ko to oba na chese ye chese ya hwe ya ye de ahote akwa vote against party no Ona mi shelo. E dia huntie. Onya botre no ncheche nisem. Onya botre no ncheche nisem. Obi nchechire no fo so no. Abo kwase Jimmy we den mu ye se mu ye nwi mu ye kobra ni sa kwasa ensem no keka no.
Wasaka asatifo we num ayinum na what the tribe nso abem.
Wo ya dibia se opanyi mahama etimi make sure say what distancing ho any party distancing ho from a branding program no all na me come be say now no obehunu say the party no ni ratings no e be say say e kosoro amanfo en value the program that much on be jano because as a brand no wo for we say so dey do America ho no wo di kwanya we say so difference wo di do America ho no so wo di atem na en wo for so onya de wonya edi do America ho no it is a president Mr. Bebre mabekada Mr. when munyam bema kronkron Ghana fo nyina dodo na ye pe wasem Mr. A24 radio owo na make say se ukwa no de wo de wo pese se mo bi communicator eba no be catch up studio e wo ha no se the brand in America no woni unu a menim se e de obi bi akoti blockers bi akofa e de akwa program say na tie ni enko yedim na muntumi yo adwuma pepepe e ma ni monyam na wo pe ama wo ho wo ma ene o man Ghana no e bebam se de se ofo me o man is one no ye mpese ye be ko etibiem o man is one ye mpese ye manom no e be ko ho kene ye ko mu bi no ye man is one no ye pese da chi
kwanya NPP 40 Ghana for pass no
da chi
ye pese be start 90 sampa
obusonfo birewa obusonfo akra safo anuanom no wo mu bi esom bu se ene die Ghana yi na me pese me ko Ghana ko ye medjuma o bitimi nya kukuduro prako pe afọmọ baagi sẹ mi kò fi akọye mi juma.
Wow.
Ẹni bi na mi pa ọmọ kọ́mẹ̀ ẹni bi na mi pa ahwẹ ne ti sẹ adi ntina sẹ bibi aba ne ade papa mi ntumi nkanfo adeɛ no na bibi kɔ so na ade no ebi tuma sɛ adeɛ ba ade papa no bi tuma egyina mu na yɛ yie a mi mɔ ma no ɔho.
Wow.
Enuanom ayɛ wɔ hanom mo mi mpere Ghana yie die ɛnyɛ obi ma so. And the ye di nyina hawo obu
otu Ghana ho che say ye be dwere party sem no ho
the party sem no kwa de na say ofakwa me abaye kopu yi me na me no me say me si kwa me bidi akọ me di me bibia be gina ha no e ma nipa be break chem se be kwa de ka me mo ma no no kwa de onka ho e no kure ye to aba wie no the person is sha Mr. Mahama ne bae e no aba e di na chem say di na also Ghana ni o ka chem say only one party pay bit my Ghana ye. Me to tell them out. Then me tell you ye. This Ghana this in the phone. One party now was in the phone in our one. Yet the party moment in few watch. Then on Yama Chrono. Debbie.
Papa me pacho me say was slow.
Cobra Fasato.
What's full stop? Nothing.
Only me so tie question ni e bi an question. I don't know about you must dey be wamba. Na be do say na sam ni nye. Na me ka bi dey bi na dey.
Kevin wants some na obeka.
Kevin say na make offer. Kevin ya o say na munya no ye ni ma enyi. O say you ma papa o ye na dey abebi o ba yi. Enti no na djuma de wa ya de. Wa boy djuma papa ma abebi o watimi aba. Enti me be say ma onyai onkoso na ni o ye no onkoso anye. Say na betinya ma o man na yi a.
Only asantifo atemon.
Betinya de abebi o aba ma ayi o ma hihye o man ni ya. Say o man ni hihye ne chi eye chi say bia no. What dey say? Say bia asante ni ye ni na tem na o man ni yi a.
Atem didi number 1. Ne hine no.
Why no?
Kevin Taylor atem didi.
Debi of anya no kre. Obi obeka say say bia me ne nya adwen enye no kre da. Obi ma pa NDC apa
waso awudi tie no nko. And I am so I
Ọbẹ
ask
bi
what
ọbẹ no kure.
Ọbọkọbi ọbọ bi kọmina de kudi de tia. Mo ka mo mu nyo. Kọmina wo dum no ye nyina wo do ye nyina. Kọmina allegation pop. Kọmina
Na onye di nyuma na oye na na ebetimi de Ghana akọ n'anim ebetimi kura magalam say yetimi asọfo ne ade a ye mona baso bu na onye nkoto ade de oye no fa ye na na be de budo wa
David kọmina.
Kevin Tua and Ejuma no attempt the no so.
Na mahama wini ono mde beto say Kevin abo adwuma no bi abo adwuma mo atime nya bebi odi e ade na ase oni pa ne nye oye adwuma papa na oye no wonko so a bebo amaga na ko ni
enye o katechie na ebe praise ye o Kevin nti ono de wo the question no ma no a ene you address to a wrong point
there be o say question am the man and say me ka say praise no me say ne odi abebi o bayi na adwuma pa a obo ye no ene dia abebi o bayi
Men kan sa obi enyo na de bayi
ono obo adwuma ma mahama na wudi chadachi ono obo adwuma ma chada obo adwuma ma ma abebi o amana ba no na wudi chadachi enti ono anye na nwa adwuma de na wudi chadachi na chada bayi a ka abebi o be da ba enti wa ye adwuma papa Kevin say ti na okwa na say
nye owa hin na ebe bo ni credit owa hin money credentials bia why
o de wayade o Kevin de wayade o hia ba so body say ti na okwa ye ma no police guard and national security di na chini ade no na ka be say ka ye kwa
entitled to our observations nti wo de ye no
kwabna be kunipa
ga na ye friend ko ku bontam
kwabna setan kwabna gumo we de kwabna we di from kwabna setan aba eti binwa Madrid babe show why adie binwa phone say anka enra anka MPP wo no no e say ena communicators no na nko so de ba e beto yanim na ye hwe na say asem no say ekoboni kwa na nko communicators no accept say no kwa dem wo ka no na ye nhwe ni say na senate de wo ye etnai say party ko opposition a obi ntumi for to wa hanom because persistently the ekoso any the ye nyina ye hu onye nkwa na hu kana fo nyina ye hu se de etie say eba say ya the best as ya bodede no ama obi ehu eti say wo kana otherwise agana bo say wo kana kure
brewa mamenka cho brewa wo defend na konta ewuo mu
padoson pa ba to bi any areas na adwene wo enti no political party like NDC no enya safon uchi aka bitela no ka party no ye ne ma one side eno yo no anasem I don't think say NDC for na so onye side no and I can assure you say mafa no ho nti there are so many things ono no ye ono fa ne say so no so ye NDC ni a ono ye NDC ni no ono no de ne platform pa we maintain say wa book Kevin dinda Nanso Akufo-Addo kura wini 2016 obo Kwame Sefa Kanya na oye presenter din ewo live show ekire say you see sebia adena oye na aboa ba ne party omo follow no ato aba ma NDC afan but you no na afuma na say onye
Sefa Kanya Akufo-Addo body din no enye sa atemdidi ehihisi sei ena na Sefa Kanya wodi
emom de but anuti na the empire me tira say senka obi say Kevin Taylor na the NDC aba power nka president obubo amamfo obubo ama obubo
me tumba de wo Sefa Kasa no chem say me no the way o Kasa ni chem say wo say ono na di ono na te say ni yen say o de te say ayia
what obi dwana no ma o wa hino obi kana sema ono asem na ebe fiti ono no o kan na eno no nya NDC for statement o eni yo no but ono no support NDC ti said me support NDC ndi me ye bibia NDC ni so ma am nya hwe the only thing NDC hwe free NDC ni bi o wi aso ho ne say obeton message papa f NDC ho de akere sa tem na me de be ye me de no NDC ni so ma me nobody have sent me to do the me ye no ha bia ni NDC ni so ma ne mo me kan papa na no de party ba power
NDC for chairman of a Madrid chapter
but the radio to ha o mo so ma me wa ha
Yo.
Eti
Yes, ma'am.
observe
Yes,
o
ma'am.
o
Na
wa ne da na
what
de
was
de
it?
obi aduma ne
Obi
ne.
atumi nkra
Abranteɛ.
sɛ, obi atumi
Mekyia.
nkra sɛ yɛmfa nto NDC fo anim sɛ, mama, one ne kɔ yɛ yi a, ekotimu apa, obetu ani na afei, ofiri wiase.
Ekyerɛ sɛ nyame Yesu kɔ no ɔde powers ni nyina ba no uhu n'anim a obetuma wu. Wo sɛ nyame
Wɔsie Atamus, wɔsie
eh
papa baako no. Nyame apata maame nso odi so.
omu
That
nyina opani a n'adwene yɛ ɔfa ɔno onyini kyɛ nti na ma wɔ nyina kyɛ no nti jɔma ama no onwu ntɛm
day,
pa
na kedifo a wɔn bɛboa no ɛnwo ne yɛ ki.
Ɔbɛkɔ me.
oba na sɛ ohunhum
Ɔbɛkɔ
sa
me.
on sɛ powers
Ah,
no dɔɔso
Ɔbɛkɔ
ntɛndɛ
me. Mebakyɛ o.
aha.
Eti mi ti hu sɛ mahu.
Ɛna me
yɛhu
se,
yɛda yɛ party yɛ
ne edum na mehu
Oh,
ya
kwabena
mehu ne ada ade bi asa kane ya edum sɛ wode ohu different I mean ya kane
kwabra
edum na mehu
kwabra yɛbɛ charge o wei deɛ yɛ charge o nti twerɛ odin twerɛ waa wodin efisɛ obiara frɛ wɔ ha meyɛ frɛ me na mebae
obeyi
me
ano,
obi
wɔde
frɛ me na
ɔba
mebae
Ghana.
obiara
Ɔba Ghana ne experience ne sɛ, wɔn hu sɛ mframa foforɔ bi ɛbɔ hɔ. Wɔn ho ahɛn na ɛtie mu, ɛna
Ɔpanyin
babra nso
Mahama.
bɛyi
Ɔpanyin
ano.
Mahama. Adeɛ baako a papa no mese yɛ mpo. Mama meka sɛ ɔwɔ ahene nkwa na meka. Ɛyɛ adeɛ ɛwɔ hɔ no. Ɔpanyin no kwabena. Medeɛ
Yɛhyia no,
mimi wɔ gyidie sɛ
yɛde mu
kwabena
agu ne
meyɛ
so.
gyidie mesie o mesie yɛnhyɛ adeɛ bi mewɔ gyidie sɛ ne mfie mmiɛnsa ɛkɔ ne mfie mmiɛnsa ne fa mmra no na nsesaeɛ a ɛyɛ nsesaeɛ emu oduo ɛna ɛbɛdi Ghana soɔ sɛ mehu no mehu sɛ ne mfie mmiɛnsa na ɛwɔ n'anim a mfie mmiɛnsa a na aka afe ne bɛto ababiem no ama ayi sei no na nsesaeɛ emu oduo aba bɛdi Ghana anim na saa nsesaeɛ ne ba ɛbɛyɛ ni gye ma Ghanafoɔ yi wobɛbi biara ɛno na yɛade a da biara mede m'ani hwɛ because wonim sɛ ɔma yɛ tim no sɛ yɛtumi nyɛ ɔkandifoɔ yɛtumi presi obi wɔ baabi na yɛso wɔyɛ nneɔma kɛseɛ na yɛtumi ampere ama yɛ mpanimfoɔ no mu die ne wɔ yɛ kurom die a na yɛsu anaasɛ yɛbɔ mo yɛkɛse wɔ mo a anaasɛ yɛborɔ mo nsɛm a ɛmfata a yɛnya na daakye yɛho bɛkyere yɛnyini
Wɔwɔ ahene.
ɔfa
You came to praise Caesar. What be praise Caesar? Wɔn deɛ no mo tete hɔ, wɔn nso pɛ sɛ wɔn kasa.
metie ɛne saa na ɛteɛ enti no mekyia ɔbosomfoɔ ne akyɛ papapapa de bi a wɔyɛ biara no
Ni adagye, kabosomfoɔ deɛ nkɔɔtaa. Sese deɛ sɛ wɔne mama hwibom. Ebi koraa na yɛpushi wɔn appointment bi because ɔbosomfoɔ deɛ ɔdwene Ghana ho. Yo, ɛne bɔba deɛ na wo internet no how nti sɛ wɔyɛ ready na sɛ ɔbɛba na wɔn mute ho na ɔde bi abɛgu so. Ayɛ saa na sɛ Sam so wopɛ sɛ wɔkasa no akɔda Sam wotumi kasa hwan biam so biam kwabena deɛ wɔbɔ wura mu wɔfa bɔdeɛ atwe adwane kɔ enti obi nkasa o bɔmba deɛ ɛm sɛ gyemre wada sɛdeɛ ɛsi teɛ no ɛm sɛ bɔmba deɛ wada enti ɔwɔ ahene ne yɛaretae ɔwɔ ahene amonamono yi ka wɔbɛka bi egu so saa yo ɛne yɛakasa kama abe ɔbɛka ɛyi no ho asɛm ɛma ideas aba a kyerɛ sɛ pɛ sɛ yɛreform yɛ taxation system no a yɛaka biara kama mede me no menim sɛ taxes deɛ ɛwɔ sɛ yɛyɛ no flat rate escafoɔ yɛuse percentage a ɛno deɛ ɛyɛ just deɛ ɔde percentage baeɛ wɔde taxes bae nti sɛ yɛ 10% tax a ɛdeɛ Ghana ni woyɛ adwuma once a ɛnyɛ Ghana ban o once a ɔman Ghana ehia o 10% ne deɛ ɔwɔ sɛ wotua ma Ghana ban sɛdeɛ ɛbɛyɛ a wo kwan wo biribiara yɛbɛyɛ ama wo yare a yɛbɛma wo good medical service Emma say I was here shewa because me kai se Kwame Nkrumah tam. Oko hospital yes am man kwan di hon mu ye man kwan wukwa said research ne university no enche kra oko Ghana hospital Kwame Nkrumah tam a wonche na we ade no ai ebi kra pese yanka ye extend wo mu this no bi mo mo the doctor say owura so ho ato ha ko akobua wo busuafo na eyi no na obi nso anya kwan ya beche ho say Ghana we are flying our honorables no across the sea said be ya wo benya friend is saying ahunie health care because omo ba after Kwame Nkrumah no omo amedwene say oman wo hui ye duane ye die ne ye health service ye so essential say no de kwa bia so we say protect no enso de Ghana akosi oyare a no aboni owura bi kura de wo no wo kwa yaresa no wo sa de ne yire ne ma ne secretary ne ho ne ma ne emre nyina kodi nachi no ma sa akoye shopping ne de bro na Ghana for edi assembly woman wo 2 inches obetu ani na do 22 inches edi assembly when also American ye check wo contribution to a year Ghana year wo cry if your taxes so they don't pay taxes but they consume taxes the Kobani saying in Ghana no there me the minimum they say sa constitution no there e was here they to baby cry the body Ghana for because constitution no is not good for Ghana and to nyame pata within few weeks the best celebrate because our constitution a queen we are going to celebrate now soldier for so akubo hu minim said one say first time celebration I don't know how it was celebrated last year now Kufuor time there or not there hey satam no e drew an anniversary no and Ghanaians should set up near Musa say constitution no has it served Ghanaians and I say a wrecking because she said there Akufo-Addo now bind all the big Ghana for fast so because the free BB constitutional powers. Emma will really be abuse Ghana. What cry IMF for so momrani American and contemua. IMF for say, Master Ghana, a memu no amu a yesika semno. I yes akoye busuasem. Ghana for a ye de and yinimu. Obscurity. Between the president and Ken Ofori-Atta. Our interest is far away from the interest of Ghana. Bibi anye ya say o de Ghana din be kwa akọji bisia. Na fe sika no yehu say dey si use no. Na billions, enye millions or billions. Amedru Ghana na a divert afa baby. But ye the billion. Ye the billion ananom yenkola wo moba. They are going to pay this amount. I just idea a pound of flesh. Will be a friend of Shylock. Pound of flesh. One be clear yenam nubi. Omo di etuaka. What is today? Today is Thursday. Ochina Friday. Minim say nyame de obema of a zebase of a smiling to me amakra. Obema of a Kwame to me na waba ya bebo bojaye obi bika utumi peja ne nsak anyesa ade ha yem fancy ha is 22:17 European time anti awan for of a smiley auto obi kaseti ho so of a smiley ultimenka ene mi conclusion was no nti ya bobia kama o taxation topic ya o de bae no so amanfo aka o madwen only say here reforms said the be ya o mo a wo mu ntua no yɛhwehwɛ kwan wɔn bɛtua na wɔn nso a wɔn use sika no yɛbɛhu sɛ deɛ wɔn use no na ɛnkɔ wrong pockets because Ghana no ɛsan sɛ yɛn no yɛn tracy nneɛma nti people take us for granted ebi ne yɛ containers yɛ yɛnhu n'ani so yi ɔmani anka mmara yɛ adwuma a ɛyɛ dɛn na container tin kura yira container mu kura nti o si etumi account but container maako nako over 1,000 etumi ayira every port yɛayɛ road checks deɛ wɔ hɔ nneɛma no yankuduru akosombo ayira it's only in Ghana the need system biara sɛ ɛyɛ corrupt nipa no nso fa ho na ɔmo sɛ no ofa kwa me kra obia bye bye ofa smile ultimate nka ene ofa kwa me na conclude no ho no ye koto aso bye bye
ofa wapon na show no apon
ana wo bibi kan dia me ma conclude me ho nti so wo bibi ka ultimate ka
wapon there say ayi na make ho asem ma hu say ayi for investigation blue will be afre A+ from parliament na asem ni nyina ne say ese nura okọ ne krum na share ECD for omu containers no be 500 articulator bi de nam na obi say omo so omo de call your friend say hey for omo de call the western region hobabi eno alert police my ache omo enti no emu hia no so mra no me bo omo investigation enti aduma breaking news na dey my own papa ofa enti aduma de ye bo aduma no mu kase no ana ye no na atamfo no de won so ye omo de omo ya atamfo
also breaking news ben any breaking news maame na nyankwa na say breaking news ne ye ne wen ya
maame bia ni ho a owu ne wa nyankwa kwabra maame bia ni wi ase
na le onu John de maame wu ka ho de a ene onu ankasa so obedi na chi maame ya hu ko de
na maame no John ne amanfo nkwa kita John wana
akofo
adokura oye haircut ma opani wu kwado oji omo pension pay ma papa ye first ofori atakura ye koyi ni yamunye ma nyina de foforo hihye mo ono na ne na mo hwe mai o te wo ze ba me no wu hwana ka kiro wa sere
me ka se wewu me se maame na question me buza se maame na ba na me ka se wewu
me se wa wo si wanya nkwa na me se maame bia ni ho a owu na wanya wa nkasa wa ba wo si wanya nkwa sa na obi za ayo kwa bra
obi ko hospital a wo da owu ne
ye ka container ho asem
hospital ana ye se
wo so wa ma conclude remarks no o san ko ka container ho asem je ma ka container ho asem
oko hospital ana uko wu ana
ene ne possibility say omunum so obewu nti na omne ne ba ha na
no mo ko wo ma ye pa ye omu ye mi operation kura omu ye ka de omu aba omu anya
na omu de ne ba ha omne ne ba yi omu ai na omu de ne ba yi
na wonti abo na wonti abo
omu hwe ne why so
ndi wo da bia wo ko hospital ada wo ko wu ana kwa bra wo je kini se wo ko na
nature be da ma
over
hospital na koguo no ene fa how much is she paying per day
no de Ghana abaya se mo bi so okuja to ablaka wo data no de ni nyina ba ma mo
yo ene ya hwe play because they
okuja to ablaka wo data no nyina ni nyina ba ma mo de Ghana ka bi obo na outside
because platform we hear information no
big deal over and I'm protocol nti da bi wo kra ye kwa yentuesika mo hwe free
aha
nte wo ye Ghana vice president I good o ma be so akwa amane o mo titi hospital no ye mami ba be da ho free be na otwumi ni be we sika ese wonje
ampa
Jova no ma de obi apon ya yempon
o three party speak to UK no akosa no ya
what the omu yusu omano omo na ye re president royal family no Omo enjoy Ghana sika no pa. Ya semo.
Yo,
Over,
anya
mami nyao, me da se.
yo. So far, smiling.